Go, go, go.
Hello and welcome to our second 6-hour race of the year. Wasn't sure I'd be doing another one this year, but here we are. And what a track to do it on. The 24-hour there of the Nürburgring, better known as the Nordschleife. What a track. What a track. Qualifying has not long started, but we've got a bit of an awkward session. Let's switch over. Welcome to the stream. The setup, let's get these pressures set. 120, 90, 60, 30 and 0, and 6 we'll have 120 with some wet pressures. If you can't tell, I've done 1 lap of prep / practice. Well, 2. Maybe actually 3. Didn't learn much. Yeah, so not much practice. So just get a few strategies. I will have to save this. I'm gonna put the tires up a little bit since it is greasy. And as it's qualifying, I need to check the fuel. Yeah, this the track is greasy. The lap time's not gonna be proper lap serve this time by. So yeah, let's get on track and sort of get a banker lap in. Oh, ran in 30 minutes. The session, only 23 minutes left in the session, so as long as we don't leave it to the absolute last second to start a flying lap, we should avoid that rain. You can see tires cooling down already. How greasy the track is. Before the qualifying session, we had a 30-minute practice session that rolled straight into this qualifying session. It was raining in that practice, but it stopped not too long before it ended. And so the track is still a bit damp, or, well, as the game says, greasy from that rain. So just getting a feel of the conditions. And then we're going to take the choker lap here. To start a flying lap. The track is definitely far too dry for wet tires. A lot of understeer there. Had less understeer on the out lap, simply because the tires had a bit more temperature in them then. Grasses. up towards the chicane. This left-hander onto the Nordschleife, tighter than you expect it to be. Very easy to get caught out by it. Right into the main part of the green hill. Try not to crash. 3 hats and back. 6 GT3 cars bend it. In the 6R NLS race that started not too long ago. Car bouncing around on the bumps, but we avoid the same fate as those GT3s in real life. Left-hander, a little bit of a lift since the tires are still a bit cold. Heavy onto the brakes, just about getting the car slowed down. For the long right-hander. Up and over curb at the top of Foxhole. Through this big technical section now. Tires starting to get up to bare temperature. Track is still greasy. Dumping a wheel onto the grass. Running a little bit deep there, car sliding around. Flat out through there. Be flat out through this triple apex right-hander. Deep into the tight left-hander there. Car still sliding about, trying to put the power down through the corners. Now starting to climb up the hill on the run to on our way up to the carousel. Of course, a few more corners to go before we get there. At 216 kilometers an hour minimum speed through the left-hander. Quite a bit faster than would be used to in the Porsche Cup car that we ran around here through April. Now into the carousel. Just falling out of it early. Made it most of the way round though, so it won't have cost us too much time. Remember, this is still a banker lap track. Not quite dry enough yet for a full out attack. Into now my favourite part of the Nordschleife. Had to lift through there more than I wanted to. Use all of the curb there on the exit. is getting up to pressure now. Track no longer greasy, but still green. And while you would expect a track of this size, especially with only 12 cars running on it, to rubber in at all, 13.5 minutes remaining in session, you'd be surprised it still rubbers in quite quickly around here. Afternoon, Kiki, welcome along. Just in the middle of qualifying on our first banker lap. I think I'm going to go for another banker lap this time round, and then go for a final one lap stint into the final couple of corners. Good run through there. Up towards the line. 8:29.9 puts us P4 currently. Now should be a good bit quicker here on this lap, given the tyres are up to temperature. Plus we had that full rolling start from the Nordschleife rather than just the GP loop. You can see nearly 2 seconds up. Now you're using your phone as your out invite. Well, appreciate you tuning in despite not being home. Hope you're enjoying some good weather. Just about keeping within track limits there. A little bit of a slide as we come out onto the back straight of the GP circuit. Tyres in a good pressure window at the moment. Definitely could have been braver through the chicane. Nearly 3 seconds up on our banker lap at the moment. A little bit deep into the first turn of the Nordschleife. The Sabine-Smith curve. A little bit wide there too, couldn't quite keep it flat out. Oh, a little tap on the wall, trying to be brave with the warmer tyres. .3 seconds of damage as the track is now in a fast state. Probably did need to shift down there. Flat out through that left-hander, but braking early, make sure we get slowed down. Have a good line through the long right-hander. Nearly 4 seconds up now. We're 7.5 back from provisional pole currently. Clouds look like they're getting darker, which would make sense as rain is on the way. right on the turn into that left-hander. And down to lift. About 5.25 seconds up on our delta. All of the track through that right-hand hairpin. Once again, make the run up towards the carousel section. Front tire pressures are a little high. That's very messy through that left-hander. Not carrying quite as much speed as it did on the previous lap. Now can we get a better run through the carousel? Messed up last time. Fell out a little bit early. Much better. Gets us over 6 seconds up on our delta, but you can see the pull time has been pushed much further out, deep into this sort of chicane section. Not being so tidy through here. Bit messy over the jump. Messy through the mini carousel. Gone to the grass there too. That's going to compromise our run. All the way up the can't remember the name of this straight. You know, it's Doddinger Hole, something like that. So by 5.5 seconds up on our delta. Through final couple of corners. In 24.7 puts us P6, 8.5 seconds off the provisional pole. Quickly get into setup. We'll put about 16 litres of fuel, so we'll take a little bit of front tire pressure, but we gotta get straight back out. There isn't enough time before the rain comes. So round the GP loop as a warm-up lap. Light rain in 10 minutes now, but we should be able to complete the rest of this Joker lap and a full qualifying lap before that rain starts. Tires are nearly in the optimum pressure window. Try and get the best exit that we can onto start-finish straight to start our lap. We're going to lose a bit of time not having the overspeed from the Nordschleife. But we've already made that time up in the braking for turn 1 and through the first couple of corners. Of course, the tyres not damaged by being ran cooled in the damp conditions while the track was still drying. Also running much less fuel. Better run through the Schumacher S. This is reminder, we have 8.5 seconds to find if we want to get on pole. I doubt we'll be able to do it, but we'll try and get as far up the grid as we can. Braver through the chicane. Subsequently, we do make up a bit of time. Bit of a slide. Coming on to the Nordschleife, actually hitting the apex of the first turn on the Nordschleife for this time. But again, wide through that right-hander, if anything, a little bit wider than we were on the previous lap. Try not to touch the wall this time by. We do avoid. Right, these are the final laps. Try and carry more speed through the double apex right-hander there. Now 1.5 seconds up, sorry. Braked as late as I dared. Couldn't quite carry as much speed through the corner as I would have liked. Dig in a little bit of time. 2 seconds up now. Couldn't quite hold it entirely flat out there, but it's definitely better than last lap. So behind us on track we do have the 39 Aston on a lap. They're going to get caught out by the rain, I'm very sure. We do also have the 234 Lamborghini not too far in front of us, only 7 seconds up the road, so hopefully we don't catch them. See if we can get a better run through. Left-hander here, not by clipping the grass like that. Managed to hold on to the car. But yeah, that did cost us a little bit of time. A bit messy through there, car just slid around a bit. Understeered then. Snap of oversteer, trying to put power down. Oh, that's a horrible run through the carousel. Fell out halfway through, that cost us easily a second. See if we can get a better run through this section now. Much better entry. Car got a little unsettled on the curb. Understeered. Just pushing a bit too hard. Car didn't have the grip in it. Might as well see the lap through. Let's see if we drop down to P9 now. But even if this lap isn't gonna improve us, get us further up the grid, we can at least have a bit more practice of the final part of the lap and practice pit entry, hopefully, if the session doesn't take over, which it shouldn't do as long as the 39 doesn't abandon their lap. 234 binned it as well. Big slide through the mini carousel. Like that, gained half a second through the right-hander onto the straight. We were over 3 seconds up previously. Definitely could have been like 4 seconds up, I imagine. That would have been enough for P7. Instead, we're currently lying P9, and it looks like we'll be staying there. Calculated the fuel pretty well. Let's just get through the final couple of corners and practice the pit entry. very clean pit entry. We'll also try entering the pit box just while we're at it. Always worth practice. It's going to be a little bit annoying with a car in front of us. A little bit short. That game still took it.
Let's go.
And there comes the rain. 39's going to have a bit of a spicy end to the lap. See the track is already fallen back to greasy. Tires will be pretty cold at this point. How brave will he be through the final couple of corners? Still heavy on the brakes. They're currently nearly a second off pole position. Will they be able to improve despite the rain? Up to the line. They do improve. They take pole position with an 18 or 8:14.5 despite the rain. 39 Aston showing it is quite the contender for the win this race. And what I'm going to do is see if the setup... Full fuel in it though. You can see light graining on both sets of tyres, even the set that obviously ran through the rain I'm not surprised by, but even the set that even the set that didn't have to run through the rain. So there we are, yeah, we were 7 seconds off of P6, you survey group of the top 6 there. But we definitely could have got ourselves into 7th, which would have been nice, have a little bit less traffic. As the rain falls down. We're going to have to wait a little bit for quali. As you may have noticed, there's only 12 GT3s here. I haven't mentioned, there is a whole GT4 class and a couple, just 2, depends if they've turned up of course, 2 BMW M2 Cup cars, TCXs. They're running this race, well, hopefully they're running, but they have a separate qualifying session in a different server, so that's why they're not there. So there's going to be, we've got a bit of downtime. I believe the GT4 session is running slightly behind. Well, everything's running behind schedule, to be honest. But yeah, the should be a fun race. I think there's more GT4s than there's GT3s, which is very rare. But as we wait, We can keep the quality results up. Oh, you can see disconnected from the server. So we'll switch to full screen. And yeah, quit out of the server. It'll take a little bit for the entry list and grid to be assembled for the race. But hopefully it means, hopefully we're not starting too much later than half past the hour. We're already running a bit later than what is ideal. So yes, we'll just have to wait for the race session to go up. Oh, a little bit tired. Not ideal about to go into a 6-hour race, but it is what it is. It looks... Yep, the server is up, so just joining it now. I wouldn't mind some rain. It'd be fun. It'd change things up. So it would. We've loaded in. You might hear that in the background. You might. Confirmation of the wet conditions that we have for the start of the race, but it's this really, really awkward condition of light rain. If you look in the top right hand side, okay, we're in a practice session, but you'll notice the practice session and the race have the same starting time. It's on a Saturday at 5 PM. That essentially means that the race, as soon as the free practice session ends, it will load up the race in the exact same conditions from the end of practice. You know, essentially the two sessions are running back to back, exactly. So there's... So you can tell in 30 minutes time, it will be those weather conditions as we get into the race session. So that is an accurate forecast. We have light rain. It gets lighter in 10 minutes, and it will remain at that lighter, that decreased intensity in 30 minutes time. The wet tires are not gonna have a fun time around here. Yeah, this is a tough decision that is coming up. That's a load setup that's saved. Yeah, this is a really tough decision that is coming up. I'm going to put on wet tires. I'm going to go for these pressures for now. I don't think the wet tires... I don't think that's a thing with ACC, unfortunately. I don't think you can get localized weather, which would make this even tougher. And yeah, I don't think the slicks... The problem with the slicks in these conditions is they'll just be far too cold, and they'll grain up because of that. And then even if it does dry, the grain stops in 30 minutes. By the time it dries up, the slicks are going to be worn to anything. They're going to be grained. They're going to have significant graining. that is really gonna slow their pace down. You're gonna lose many seconds a lap on those slicks. So I'm sort of thinking of running 3 laps on wet, 3 or 4 laps on wet, then switching to slicks and going from there. I think I want these. I'm going to have to go through and set all of these to the higher rear pressures I want. So yeah, probably run 4 laps on the wets. That's 32 minutes. It's a hard call, 3 or 4 laps. Oh, hang on a second. Server went down when I was in the setup menu. I should have saved that fixed setup. That's annoying. Much further down the grid, and these it is even worse. Luckily gotten. Blimey, I joined the server just in time. I am gonna do 1 lap on wets. So I will take 16 liters of fuel. Oh wait, hang on, I should load this. Yeah, I'll take 16 liters of fuel, wet tires. I have to go through all these again. Then there's our wet. I should set wet. I should, yeah, set some wet struts with decreased fuel. Or what I should do is put these to 27. Then I can use the pressure buttons, so I can say, alright, so this will be 60. This will be 30, and then this will be empty, just in case. And then we're gonna set these to practically near enough dry pressures. Do I really want to do this though? You know what, I think I'll just run a set of dries. For 8 laps. Should be about 107 litres, and that should do us 8 laps. We can do 9 laps in a stint with the fuel tank. There isn't any stint timer. Oh, there is a 65-minute stint timer. Ooh, I'll do 7 laps then. Which I think is about 94 litres. I'll put pressures up to 0.5. This is gonna be painful. Just have a look, yeah, starting. Well, it looks like one of the GT3s is starting way back in the grid. Yeah, This is going to be interesting.
30 seconds.
30-second warning, so we'll get back in setup. As well, while you're in setup, you've technically got the tire blankets on that keep the tires at 70 degrees, as you can see on the dash in the background. And as soon as you come out of it, the tire blankets are effectively taken off.
10 seconds.
Get the wiper on.
Go in double file.
Engine on. Thank you, Iris. See the tires instantly cooled. I can see the Ferrari is definitely on slicks, you can tell because there's yellow markings on the sidewall. I think the Porsche, the white one, is also on slicks. I have no idea about the BMW in front of us. I think the car, the McLaren, is on slicks. I think I just can see yellow markings in the rear view display, but it is so hard to tell with the size of the display. This opening lap could be carnage with these conditions. Up to 43 miles per hour.
Green light, go, go, go.
Track feels very bouncy or something.
Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Everyone just being safe in Aston Martin. Slow on the left hand side here, which is a bit annoying.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Managed to hold our position. Has been an incident in the background. Those are on slicks that are stone cold. Rain has already stopped. Can we maybe get around out here on the BMW? Let's push a little bit onto the curb. Round the outside into the S's, hold on to the car. BMW is trying to come back on the exit. black Ferrari in front. That was slow, lost out to the blue and yellow Ferrari. Now he runs to the chicane. BMW looks to have good straight line speed. Onto the Nordschleife. Very slow from the Ferraris in front. Positions yet to sort themselves out. Got a bit of breathing space now, but fortunately that includes dropping back from the two Ferraris in front. So we're currently sitting in P7. Really difficult to make a move on the Nordschleife, of course. But we're not consistently faster than the Ferrari. We start closing at points. Ferrari pulls away in others. Then the Ferrari in front makes a mistake, and this pack, 4 cars that we're part of, nearly 5, with the 2, 3, 4 Lamborghini closing up. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna let them through because I just got on the brakes too late and was just trying to avoid a crash.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
So we'll indicate, let them through. And I'm going to turn the wiper off since it isn't raining and there isn't even any spray coming from the cars. Just got to lift off a bit. Would be a little bit unfair to let the Ferrari through and pass it again before you even got to the next proper corner. Check the damage, less than a second, not too bad. Hopefully it's similar for them, as in not being too bad. Lambo has got past the BMW behind. Ferrari looking, I should specify Black Ferrari looking to the outside. Isn't quite able to get alongside. Definitely seems faster, more comfortable in this section. Get a little bit wide onto the curb. Keep out of the gravel though. Oh, Ferrari has a big moment over the jump, spinning. They go onto the grass. We braked just in case they were going to spin across the front of the track, but as soon as they had sort of got the car straightened up, went for a move on the outside. Tight does sort of tighten up without twists left and right before the jump. So a little bit of side-by-side contact, just understeering into the gravel and then coming over the jump. They had an unfortunate spin. Understeer through the long right-hander onto the straight for the first time. Lambo's really closing up. Lost straight line speed from them. Of course, slipstream helping them as well. A little bit of damage not helping us. They're going to back out of the move, which is probably a wise decision. Into the final couple of corners. And that is the first lap done, nearly 9 minutes into the race. Just another 5 hours and 51 minutes to go. Black Ferrari in deep into turn 1. Tyres not as cold as they were at the start of the race, but still on the cold side. About 56 degrees. You can see on the dash 24 psi. Ideal pressure is 26. Lambo does seem to have a bit more pace. But not gonna make it easy for the Lambo. BMW's dropped a couple of seconds back. Lambo much braver on the brakes into the chicane than I dared be. It'll be really difficult for the Lambo to find a way past in the opening section of the Nordschleife here. Stop-go penalty for the number 19 speeding in pit lane. That's a GT3 car. You want to try and be somewhat brave through the high-speed corners. The braver you are, the more speed you carry, more energy you get into the tyres, and the more you heat them up. So you don't want to be too timid in this phase of the race, even if the track is still greasy. No rain has appeared on the forecast yet. Lambo making a mistake through that section of corners, dropping back. Car behind has had an issue. It's the BMW that was behind us, the 957. They've had a crash. Lamborghini's closed back in quickly. Probably have their tires better set up for these greasy conditions. Lambo losing in again up the hill in the slipstream. Again, that corner much better than we did in our qualifying laps. This next high-speed section, a bit too quick into there. Maybe offline. Really pushing through that section. Right, important few corners coming up as we head towards the back straight. A good run here to try and just get a little bit of a gap. Try and prevent the Lamborghini behind just slipstreaming past us. We pull an extra 10th out. So 6/10 separate us as we come onto the straight. Looks like they're not getting as much slipstream as they were the previous lap when we had ran wide through the first of the two left-handers. Yeah, we're unchallenged for the straight. Little, just a smidge deep into those final few corners. Yeah, struggling to keep pace with the Black Ferrari in front. But not too much slower than the Porsche in front of them. And then this lap's everyone's going to be even quicker as the tyres are nearing their optimum pressures. They're are definitely up to temperature by now. Track is probably in a green state. It's in a fast state even. Rubbering up a little bit quicker than I expected it to. You can see that on the Delta, nearly 2 seconds up already. Trying to be braver through the chicane. Lambo doesn't close up as much as they did last lap. They have closed in a little bit still. I just clipped the inside curb there. Lucky to gather the car up before hitting the wall. Of course, give the Lambo a run, just held the left-hand side, figuring that's the side they would go for, and sure enough, they had a look. Then realised I was covering it off, had to back out of it. You can see there the first GT4 is up in P9 overall. A minute back from us already. Welcome along, John. I am indeed doing a 6-hour race. We're just over 20 minutes into it. Lambo catching up to us here. Maybe a little bit braver on the brakes. Into the right-hander there. Closing up, but it's going to be difficult to make a pass in this section of the track. This is where they made a mistake last lap. As I went to try and avoid the wall there, just took a little bit too much curb. Well, that's 10 seconds. Didn't lose too much track time, but that, I mean, we're only 2 seconds back from the Lambo, so maybe lost 3 seconds. You can see how much faster the track is this lap. We're still 1.5 seconds up on the Delta. Number 6 Ferrari that was spinning around towards the end of the first lap. still behind us, 8 seconds back. And looks like all the other GT3s have made a pit stop already. Car understeering there now. Yeah, it's going to be a long race, John. Not the first time. Of course, we did the Suzuka 6 hours at the start of the year. And then we had and I've done a few 4-hour races. So I'm well used to it now, but none of those races have been on the Nordschleife. Well, in terms of what I've done solo, I have done a 6-hour race here before in the Porsche Cup. But I had a teammate for that race. Despite the damage, the car is feeling better than ever through here. A little bit wide there. And yeah, when I say better than ever, I'm including the qualifying lap. 78 BMW has had a crash up ahead just after the jump. Just before the jump, sorry. See if we're able to get past them. Close up and the braking here. They're understeering. I thought they were understeering a bit wide there, but kept on the track. Should be able to slipstream past them down the straight, especially if they have damage. Can't tell if they have a lot of damage from the back here. Of course, we do have nearly 10 seconds of damage ourselves, which will hurt straight line speed. Nope, there's no brakes during the race, except for the pit stops. Technically, they'll be sort of short 30-second breaks. Let's see if we can get past the BMW here. We have to go to the outside. And we're not going to be in front, so we'll just back out of it, play it safe. So yeah, BMW doesn't seem to have a lot of damage, but certainly lost a lot of time with the spin. An 8:38 from them that lap. It's going to take us a little while to catch up to the GT4 and the BMW M2 traffic. So yeah, BMW doesn't look like it's lost much pace. We're still 2 seconds behind that Lambo after the mistake. So the damage hasn't cost us much time. But it looks like the BMW we will be able to catch up to the Lambo. Finally getting that right-hander right for once. And sliding there. Big slide for the BMW. Something you expect to see more of the drift track than in a GT3 race. Carpenter steering a bit more through there in the dirty air, of course, now helping a bit of damage as well. Very hard to set up your pressures for this race with how long the lap is, how varied it is. Closing in on the BMW under braking. Pulls away slightly on the exit. That is the concertina effect. BMW a little bit wide there. See how much we close up to it from that one wide movement over the crest at Foxhole. What I feel like has happened here is the Lambo seemed quicker earlier because it set pressures up for the damper conditions. Now that the track is dried out, its tyres are overpressured and so it's struggling a little bit more. So even with our damage, we're not able to close in slightly. Even though it seemed like we were holding them up the entire time they were behind us. The BMW, if it didn't have the slide at the opening sector of the Nordschleife or that wide moment over the top of Foxhole, could probably be on the tail bumper of that Lamborghini by now. But yeah, when the BMW keeps it tidy, it's definitely a little bit quicker than we are. I really need to stop clipping that grass. Just trying to use all of the track on the entry to that left-hander. Hasn't ended in a crash yet, but it will at some point. This section of track is just so good. Even if the car was understeering in that final section, final right-hander, known as YouTube corner. Tyres getting a bit overpressured now. Probably not helped by graining received in the damp start of the race. Of course, the tyres will be getting more and more worn as we go throughout the race. Track's already back in optimum state. BMW has finally cut the back of the Lambo. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to quite follow it up to the back. Lambo has pulled away from us a little bit now. Using all of the track there. Car getting unsettled over the curb. The graphics are really good. Yeah, the graphics are quite good in ACC. I definitely say they're better than iRacing. A little bit wide there. Again, BMW just making a couple of mistakes this lap. Ran a little bit wide through the fast double right-hander. Kicked up a little bit of dirt. There it is again, kicking up a bit more. Then getting all over the curb. And a bit onto the grass again too. A few corners back. Take a bit of grass ourselves there. And nope, this is an online race. Hosted by RCI Race Club International. Link to their websites in the description. So I didn't check before this race. I've just seen there the number 19 quitting out. Which is a shame to see. Deep there. Yeah, as I was saying, I forgot to check how many teams are running solo like myself or have multiple drivers. Ooh, big snap. Coming out of the carousel there was a bit early. Fell out of the carousel a little bit early. And the car did not appreciate it. When you look at the mini-map, you think, oh, not too far away from the leader. Then you remember, yeah, that's still like probably about 30 seconds in front. It's like, oh yeah, that is quite a bit for only being 41 minutes into the race. Understeer there. Driving has definitely been a little bit messy towards the end of this lap. That's kind of represented in this lap's definitely going to be a bit slower than the previous lap. Despite the delta looking good, it's last lap wasn't a valid lap, so the delta wasn't reset with the new lap. Also, the cars in front have just opened up the gap a little more than I would have liked. Oh, that's... I probably should have pitted there. But I couldn't afford to pit with the stint timer. There is the stint timer, by the way. You can see just over 20 minutes on it. Just got an awkward bounce off a bump in the braking zone. Spat the car out sideways, and now we're up to 40 seconds of damage. I can already tell it's going to be one of those races. Car just starting to slide through that sequence of corners from the damage. Steering wheel isn't quite straight. It's slightly right hand down, but only by a few degrees. If I had to guess, I suspect we'll be lapping GT4 traffic no earlier than 1.5 hours into the race. Maybe about 2 hours into the race. I'll have to wait and see. think I'm going to start thinking about the pit stop. Still holding 216 kilometers an hour through the left-hander. That's Valsar taking the corner a little safely. Just turned the rain light off there since rain has disappeared. So I'm just thinking about pit strategy. It seems like it's going to be very close on if we're able... I don't think we'll quite be able to do 8 laps within a stint timer. So I think it'll have to be 7 lap stints for the race. Which will need about 88 litres of fuel. Again, car bouncing around on the bumps. Finally seeing a personal best lap that's in the fully dry conditions, but still a good 3 seconds off what we're capable of if we didn't have any damage. Leader already on the other side of the GP track. Bear in mind we're going to lose 40 seconds when we pit, repairing damage. At least we have a more representative delta to compare ourselves to. We're about 6 tenths up, which is a good start to the lap. a second up now on the Delta this lap. Been a good start to the lap. Car slid towards the wall a little bit there, but kept out of the wall. A little bit of grass on the exit. Deep into this open hairpin. You can see the GT3s have already made a pit stop there. 2 minutes 15 seconds back for the first one. Nearly 3 minutes for the next. So we should be out ahead of all of them. They probably lost quite a bit of time having to negotiate GT4 traffic. You can see the GT4 field spread out. First GT4s on the GP loop. They stretch all the way back, nearly towards the carousel. The BMW M2, the Soul M2 in the field, not too far behind that last GT4. And we're continuing to open the gap to the car directly behind us, the number 6, which we need. We need that margin of 40 seconds to repair the car. I said 88 litres of fuel for a 7-lap stint. A little bit of a poor run through that left-hander. Obviously not helped by the damage. Getting very deep into that right-hander now. Tires are obviously getting a little more worn. Into the carousel too quick. Pretty much bang on even with our Delta. As you can tell, it flashing between red and green. Car just slid, took slightly more right-hand side curb than I wanted to. Car bouncing awkwardly over the curb because of that. Still about matching our delta despite the mistakes this lap so far. I just turned into that left-hander in the rear end. Wasn't having it, just slid out. The car definitely sliding around on the older tyres. I think we're going to be able to take one leader out. Actually, I think I need about 91 litres to be safe. Perfectly into pit lane. Very early in the pit stalls. Go over nice and early. Get the car turned off. Popped up. Get the ignition back on, and I'm going for digestive while we repair the damage. So, back out after our first pit stop now. 5 hours to go. Can already tell the car has much more different balance, much more front end. Car just responding with the smaller inputs more directly. Just got to adjust to the different balance now. Probably could have kept it flat there, but took a little lift just to be safe. So a couple of things to note from the pit sequence. As the number 6 stopped in its box, we still had 36 seconds left on our stop. A typical pit stop would be 30 seconds, so the number 6 Ferrari had to fix about 10 seconds of damage. Or maybe 12 or 14 seconds. Can't much better on the brakes now. Braking distances are just going to be a couple of meters shorter with the tyres not being as worn. But of course that big repair does see us 45 seconds back from the next car, the 78 BMW that had that incident just before the jump. Now we're 55 seconds from the Lambo. And then a minute back from the 76 Ferrari. They can see those gaps are fluctuating quite a bit on the relative, just not as accurate around this track, being so long as it would be on other tracks. You can also see how big that gap is on the mini-map. Our distance to the leader has about doubled. Unfortunately, leader has also caught up to the first car of traffic, the 74, the only BMW M2 on the grid. We'll probably not quite catch up to the BMW this lap, but we will on the next lap. It has fallen quite a ways back from the GT4 field, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe it's just taking a different pit strategy. 221 kilometers an hour through that left-hander now. You can see the extra grip, and that felt somewhat safe through there. You can see the car slows down and turns in for that right-hander much better, despite the extra speed we're carrying into the corner. The extra grip from the tyres allowing the car to slow down much more efficiently than it was at the end of last stint. This track is definitely the most significant when it comes to tyre wear on ACC. You notice it a lot more on this track than you do other tracks. Maybe that's because of how long the lap is. You're not doing the same corners over and over, so the differences from lap to lap are much more significant, much more noticeable, as the number 6 Ferrari behind us has had a crash. no rain yet on the forecast. Remember, we only see 30 minutes in advance on ACC, so we only get sort of half a stint's warning. Looking at relative, looks like there's a bit of a fight up ahead between 76 Ferrari we had a little tangle with at the start of the race. And that 234 Lambo that we were fighting with as well. Looks like the Lambo's got the move done as I head into the GP loop. Also getting ahead of the BMW M2 while they were at it. Of course, this lap being our out lap isn't going to be a representative time. Let's see what we can do here on our first flying lap. Fortunately, the Delta does reset in the pits, so we won't have one to follow. Even if I cycled this to the Delta, I don't think it'd show anything. No, you can see they're just 0-0. I kind of wish this game didn't automatically reset the Delta, instead that you bind a button for it, or a key. You know, so when the weather conditions change, you know, you can reset it in the middle of a stint, not necessarily have to wait to the end of the stint, and when the weather isn't changing, you know, you're not having your Delta constantly reset on you every stint. Even when you might not want it to. You can see the pressures are a little on the low end at the moment. Much lower than they were in the opening stint. A little bounce off the curb through the chicane. And yeah, those tire pressures, that'll be because it's completely dry. When the tires grain up, they scrub across the track more. More friction. That heats the tires up, causing them to overheat. Completely flat through the right-hander there for, I think, the first time this race. Which is good to see. A little bit wide through that right-hander, car just understeering a little bit. Tire not quite biting as much as I thought it would. And this left-hander, 275 kilometers an hour over the little crest. As you're turning in for the corner. Car sliding slightly over the crest was a little bit scary. Not knowing how it would grip up once the car sort of settled down from going light over the crest. Kind of got to think of, imagine if the car was going over a bit of a jump there. bit rally-esque, you could say. Not too long till we catch up to the M2. Could be a little bit awkward here. You can just see it in the distance. It's a bit difficult to see with how far ahead it is at the moment. It's just a bit of a blue blur so far. There it is, it's becoming much more prominent. Yeah, he just... Go to the left hand side, just wasn't quite sure which way the BMW wanted to stick to. Had to take a little bit of grass to get through. Did cost us a little bit of time, especially through the carousel. You know, if the carousel was, you know, completely flat, wasn't a carousel, probably would have been able to go around the outside of the BMW there, but the banking, you just can't compete with them. Of course, you can't drive through the BMW on the banking. It is only one car wide. Now we get to the end of that technical section of the lap. The tyres up to the 27 psi when they were at the start of the lap, just only about 26. And they'll cool down quite a bit down here. Looking at lap times is a 8:18 for the 234. I think it was a 23 for the 76 and a 20 for the 78. Let's see what time we can do, remembering we lost a little bit of time this lap to the M2. Yeah, 20.7. Yeah, we could definitely go faster. I suspect will be about matching the lap times of the Lambo. Good first couple of corners too, gaining a few tenths. I can see that the tyres have lost nearly a whole PSI since we got onto the back straight. We are also heading towards darkness. Looks like the leader has caught the GT4 at the back of the train. Had the slightest of lifts through there and still clipped the grass slightly. By half second up on our Delta. I'm curious to see how much of a chunk we'll take out of the Delta when we get to the carousel. Car sliding a little bit through the double right-hander there. Seems like it's the rear end that's the limiting factor of the Ferrari, the setup around here. Not too far from the carousel and seeing how much we'll improve on our Delta. We're still a few tenths up. Haven't absolutely maximised this lap, but that's alright. A little bit slow through there, only 218 kilometers an hour minimum speed.
There's a slow car again.
You can see there we gained by a second through the carousel. Nearly 2 seconds up on our delta now. A little hot into there. Slightly offline. Still trying to carry as much speed through as I possibly can. Unfortunately with GT4 means we won't be able to see as many lap times from GT3s as I'd like to. It just feels like it's understeering so much through that first left-hander. And through the mini carousel, the rear end just likes to step out, slide around. The 808 is a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. I think that's a GT4 car. I have the 767 BMW GT4 in the pits as well. Focus down gear braking right through the final few corners here. Just gotta make sure the steering wheel's straight over the bumps, served by the left hand side barrier, the opening. There at 19.2. We'd like to have got into the 18s, but oh well, we'll have to make do with the 19. It'll be difficult to improve on that further as we start to catch GT4 traffic and the tyres were out for the stint. Doesn't look like we'll be getting any rain for this stint. A little bit wide on the exit there of the chicane. Had to lift a little bit to make sure I didn't run onto the grass and bottom the car out on the curb. Looks like 78 BMW's caught up to the 76 Ferrari up ahead as they get through past the GT4. They've understeered through there. Was a little worried it's going to run further onto the grass. Does seem like we are slowly closing in on the cars in front, but of course they've had to pass a couple of GT4s. We haven't yet. We'll have to pass them soon. By half second up on the Delta now. Big slide there, trying to get the power down, the exit of the open hairpin. There's the first GT4 for us to pass. Catch them in a similar place as the BMW. Seems like that GT4 has quite a bit of damage, and so it's just holding left to let us through earlier than I was expecting to. So we lost second and a half there. Not really as much from the GT4, more so me being cautious in passing the GT4. I didn't want to make a late lunge up the inside of the quick right-hander and just cause a big accident. We could have seen both of us having to RTG. Rather be safe than sorry. Through this magnificent section of track once more. GT4s, please be kind. We've also got to make sure we're kind to the GT4s as well. 78 BMW is past the 76 Ferrari. Can't quite remember who was in the 76 Ferrari for the first stint, if they've changed driver. If they have, it looks like their second driver isn't quite as quick as the first. Have a drink of water here. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well, wherever you're watching from. Good run into the final couple of corners. A couple of cars in pit lane, the 808 in to serve its drive-through, which will let us get past it without having to lose time on track. As well as the number 6 Ferrari, now a lap down. They've had a couple of issues so far this race. Oh, yellow flag for the 314, that was the leader. Looks like that's going on to the Nordschleife. The 39 now takes the lead. But yeah, the leader of the race falling into strife here in the second stint. .314 is moving in, looks like they might be in third place now. Of course, we have no idea what crash they had, damage, etc. So we don't know quite what we have to gain from it yet. Don't think that right-hander will be flat out next lap. I think the tyres are just going to be a bit too worn. Really pushing that opening bit of the S's here. Sliding right up to the wall. Felt like a lot of understeer there. Rain in 30, light rain in 30 minutes, which is really awkward as the stint timer is just shy of 30 minutes, so we'll have to be pitting in about 23 minutes time from now. We'll get to complete this lap and two more laps, sorry, before we'll have to make our pit stop. That's how much we've filled up for, as we wouldn't have the time to do another lap in the stint timer, despite the fact we'd still have like 6 minutes at least left on this timer. Personally become quite understeery this lap. Just something just gotta watch out for. Do I end up understeering into a wall? So 35.5 seconds behind car in front. They were just under 2 seconds behind the BMW, who is just under 20 seconds behind the Lamborghini. You can see there the car in third holding the fastest lap. That's definitely going to be the 314. It's a Porsche that was leading the race. Not too far from the next sector point again, updated time interval. By 2:15 minimum speed there. Definitely can't push as much as we did on the earlier laps. Gotta be careful in this braking zone. It's one of those braking zones that you can overshoot as the tyres wear out. I fell a little bit hot into the carousel. Pulled up. 34 seconds now the gap. We have gained a little bit of time. We do have a GT4 that we will have to pass. But the good news is we are closing in on the cars in front. We won't catch them this stint, but we might be able to catch them before the end of the race. How long before the end of the race? I do not know, because it all depends what the weather is going to do. We're still seeing light rain in 30 minutes. Of course, that will be more like 25 minutes now. But the main point is, it hasn't progressed to moderate rain. Aaron's stepping out there. Four hours, 18 minutes left in the race. Cross the line. Looks like we'll catch the next GT4 on the GP loop, which is preferred over catching it on the Nordschleife. Deep into turn one. Gap now 29.5 seconds to the Ferrari in front at the line. Ferrari dropping back now, 4-second gap in front of them. Of course, GT4s are having an influence on that. Hopefully we'll be able to catch this Camaro in sort of the short shoot between the chicane and the Nordschleife. They get twitched through the chicane, run wide and off the track, and that will last through, no time lost. Not ideal for them, of course, but suits me. It was a very small lift there, wasn't quite flat out. Starting to get into the sort of main pack of GT4s. Love it. More understeer there. Yeah, much less of a gap between the GT4s now. Car not slowing down as much in that braking zone with the tyre wear. Just running it in deep despite braking slightly earlier than I have been so far this stint. And a half seconds now. Gap in front, closed in a second, but again, still GT4. We do have to account for GT4s, which are, of course, being the car behind, we're the car that has more GT4s to pass and thus more time to lose. Turned in too early there for the start of that sequence of the triple apex. Rain is still light in 30 minutes. I think I'm starting to build up an idea of what I might want to do in the pits. Because we're going to have an extra lap. The first lap of the next stint, I should say, will be in dry conditions, and then it's going to start raining. It doesn't get much more awkward than that. Looks like we're going to catch up to Porsche GT4 in this technical section coming up, which could lose us a lot of time here. There it is, just in front. Just saw a glimpse of it before it went behind the trees again. I'm going to try not to push too much through here this lap, I say that. Using all of the road over the crest. I tried to take it a bit more cautiously coming into this section, knowing that I'm going to catch this Porsche. I don't want to catch it too early. It gets a couple of wheels into the gravel. Let's go. Let's have the inside. Oh, big snap as I hit the inside curb. I can imagine the Porsche would have got very scared seeing me do that. 76 has had a crash up ahead. Yellow flags, alright, they're starting to move again as the white flags come out to indicate that. Nearly understeering onto the grass. Left front getting quite worn. But yeah, now we're only 7 seconds back from the number 76. And they've had to pass a GT4 again. Looks like they just managed to pass the GT4 in the straight, so they didn't lose any extra time from that. But yeah, passing that Porsche, that was sketchy. I just wanted to make sure I left as much space as possible on the right hand side, knowing that the track kind of cuts in with the curb, and I just clipped the curb on the left hand side myself. Luckily the Porsche had sort of backed off. You know, there wasn't any overlap between us two at that point. GT4's coming into the pits now. That's gonna help us, give us a bit of more clean air, but I think all of them came in to the pits from in front of the 76 anyway. So it's not like it particularly helps us compared to the 76. The rain is still light rain. It makes this decision of what to do very difficult. We got the GT4 here on the exit with the acceleration. They left the inside open for us. We've got another McLaren here. We should be able to catch before we get on to the Nordschleife. Hopefully can get before the chicane here. Just gonna give them a little flash of the lights to let them know that one pass. Have to take that tight line into the chicane. Does lose us a bit of time, but better than having to follow the GT4 through a corner. Yellow flag, it's for the 314 and the 234. Two GT4s in front of us. I think both are for position. Yeah, the 234 is the Lamborghini. I've been a little bit messy through the sequence of corners, looking at the mini map. Yeah, the 234 looks like they might have got caught up in an instant with the 314, of course, who was the leader. Better run through that double right-hander this time, not understeering as much, scrubbing the front left tyre. And but yeah, as saying, the previous leader coming together with Lambo that came from the back for the grid after not getting a quali lap in, and was having a great race up to this point. big question on what to do with strategy at the end of this lap. Everyone will have to pit. Some people will have damage to repair. Luckily, that's not us this time. Depending how much damage the 76 has, we might be able to jump them. I really hope we get the rain in 10 minutes thing come up soon, because then that will give us an indication of how heavy the light rain will be in 30 minutes time. If you don't know, the plus and minus symbols are sort of relative to the previous weather condition if the symbols are the same. So you can tell if the rain is getting heavier or lighter from them. But of course only compared to the previous symbol that is showing if it is the same. If it's not the same, well, you can tell what it's doing from that. So it doesn't give you any extra info. You know, light rain is of course heavier than no rain. We're about halfway through the lap. We have to make a decision soon what we want to do strategy wise. It's light rain plus that has made my decision for me. I'll set up the strategy on the main straight, and you'll see what the strategy is then. I'll bounce off the inside curb there. Big bounce off the curb. Come on. Wasn't able to hold the car off the wall. That's 11 seconds of damage, so that's not going to help us. Right, time to set up the strategy. Strategy is we're not going to change tires. I'm going to put, I'll set to 15 now, I'll correct it in set to 14. Now I'll see if it needs correcting a bit, so we hopefully won't catch the Camaro before the pits. Yeah, we're going to put 1 lap of fuel in, keep the current tyres, and then we're going to come in and put wet tyres on in the next stop. Where I was staying out. Bit safer on that pit entry. Take another thing of fuel out. Because that's 0.2 of a second. We're not going to repair damage because we don't waste any more time in pit lane than we need to this. A bit short on the stop. Thinking behind this is it's too early for wets. If we run wets now, we'll kill them. They'll be destroyed by the end of 1 lap. But I don't really want to run slicks into the wet period. So I'll just keep these tires on for now. Save myself, what, 24 seconds in that pit stop. And then come in for another stop. Then take new wet tires into the rain. Then we're going to have to set up here in a couple of laps. 99 GT4 getting a speeding penalty. Yeah, the reason why I don't want to repair the damage now is it's going to start raining on this lap, which isn't going to be ideal for these slick tires. So we'll make sure I'm sort of spending the extra time that we'll need in pit lane while it's raining to let the track just moisten up. So we get more dry time with the dry tires. And then of course we'll be into the rain with the wet tires. I have a feeling the BMW behind is on wets, judging by their slower pace. Because on the old tires I have, technically those around me should be quicker. Another reason for this is with the pit strategies, we were going to have to take a drive through anyway, through the pits at some stage, or, you know, sort of run either a short extra stint, essentially, just to get ourselves to the checkered flag. I'm kind of hoping that this covers that off. Of course, one thing helping us with pace now is the fact that we only have 1 lap of fuel, whereas those around us probably have much more in the fuel tank, so even with their newer tires, you know, it's helping us in pace. GT4 traffic still coming into play. I think the 899 is running a similar strategy to me, as they've taken a big lead. So I think they've also done a short pit stop. Again, we'll have to set up the pit strategy. We are closing in on the 39, not closing in on the Lambo. They're sort of just matching them, but pulling away from 78. It'll be very interesting to see how these strategies play out. There's the rain. Quickly getting the wiper on. This is a very awkward spot for the rain to start. You don't really have a chance to the grind G4 button to turn the wiper on. But so is it just quick glance over, spam the button a few times to get the wiper up to max speed, and I think I have got on the max speed setting. And keep pushing. The grip gradually falls away. It doesn't just instantly drop, sort of like what you see in Forza. It gradually falls away as the track just gets wetter and the tires cool down. That is where the grip falls. .39's really struggling in these conditions. I think we're catching up to a couple of GT4s as well. I'm going to bring the pressure down. Yeah, I'm going to say 25.8. We'll say 90 litres of fuel when we come out. Got to catch the GT4 here in a very awkward spot. Just lifting early to make sure. GT4's also coming in. GT4 very slow into the pit lane. And we're coming in for wets. It looks like a few of the other GT3s are coming in as well. Which is a big flaw. I forgot to turn the damage repair back on. But that's alright. That means they've essentially lost that previous pit stop to us because they weren't any quicker than us. I think they put in a full tank of fuel and have decided, no, we're not gonna like stay out on dry tires in the rain here. Just making sure the ignition is on. You can tell by the sound effect it's slightly different between the on and off. When you turn it off, the click is instant. When you turn it on, there's a little delay of like half a second. Let's see where we come out in regards to the GT3s. Here comes the Aston. We're getting ahead of the Porsche and the BMW here. Here we are now on wet tyres. They're really under pressure at the moment. Gotta get them up to temperature. And you can see they're moderate rain now in 30 minutes. So this will be a full stint on the wet tyres. Just gotta be careful with the wet tyres not to destroy them in this light rain phase. But you gotta say, what a strategy call. We've jumped up to P4, 2.5 seconds behind the 39. 3.5 seconds in front of the 314 that was leading the race earlier on. And a bit of an update on that instant they had. They obviously had an incident. The 234 Lamborghini wasn't involved until the 314 tried to rejoin the track. They admit it was an unsafe rejoin. And that is what caused the 234 to spin, probably having to take avoiding action. Look at the tyres. They're already up to 30 psi. This track is not wet enough for wet tyres, but it'd be too wet for worn, dry tyres. They'd already done 8 laps. So the main part for the next 20 minutes is keep the tyres alive. Do not destroy the tyres. Just preserve them, save them for when the heavier rain comes. Try not to slide the car. You can tell the car is sliding when the lights on the dash light up. You can see one tire already getting a bit high in the pressure. Rear left. Dropping back a little bit from the 39 Aston. That's not a concern. They're just going to push their tires a little bit more for now. Put more heat into them, overheat them more, damage them more, and they'll suffer the consequences of that later in the stint. I was doing a race at Imola recently, a 6-hour, wet conditions. The first stint of the race was wet. It started moderate rain, it turned to light rain halfway through the stint, and then it went back to moderate at the end of the stint. It was my teammate driving. Funny enough, that teammate is the driver of the 21 GT4 Porsche up ahead. During the middle portion in the light rain, they were kind of just... Their pace wasn't too great, but they were just saving the tyres, holding on to them, not overstressing them, kind of like what I did there with the slide. And then come the end of the stint, everyone else was struggling, and they were just dicing their way through the cars in front of them at like a second a lap quicker. They gained so much time just taking it a bit easy for 5 to 10 laps in the middle of the stint when the rain was at its weakest. And they got rewarded for it, for their patience, for their management at the end of that stint. And it set up what was a brilliant race for us at Imola.
Car on the left. Eight on the left.
Give them a little flash of the hazards. Now this rain will also help stint time. Because of course the laps are running slower, we'll still run 7 laps in the stint, but we'll run a minute or 2 longer into the stint. That means 1 to 2 minutes less of the stint time wasted or not utilised. Oh, I love understeer there. The only thing that's going to be difficult is when the rain does get heavier, the tyres are going to become under pressured. They're not going to be up in the optimum pressure, which is going to make the car a bit slidey, a bit more difficult, especially through any puddles or standing water that forms. If I had to describe what the dig is like with wet tyres in light rain conditions, it's kind of like a high dig F1 race. Like what you sort of see at Hungary and Suzuka. Just trying to be careful with the tyres, loading the car up through these higher speed corners. Catching up to a GT4 as well, this is going to be a little awkward. Or not GT4, the M2 Cup car. This is going to be a little awkward timing. Go wait till after the carousel. And that's reminded me I need to put the rain light on. So I'll do that down the straight here. There we go. All of the lights on the dash beside the gear indicator. We have fallen back a bit further from the Aston. They're going to be able to get past a couple of GT4s on the straight here, which will be quite helpful to them. For us, we're going to have to pass them in the GP loop, which will cost us a bit of time. But it is what it is. Not much we can do about it. Just taking it safely in the braking zone for these final few corners. First time in the wet this race. Well, technically not the first, but the first in proper wet conditions with the wet tyres. Bergstein pit lane, that's the 234 Lamborghini. Compared to the cars that they were previously fighting about, they've not lost that much time. They're in P3. Compared to us, though, they have lost a chunk of time. No worries, Skiki. Good to have you back. Hope you enjoyed your time outside and that the weather was good to you. As you can see, we've had a change of conditions here. The annoying thing for the 234 will be they've come out just behind those two GT4s. You know, if they come out a few seconds earlier, they'd be way up the road from these GT4s. They would have saved so much time. No. Could have thrown it in there, but we've been risky.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
I'm gonna throw that up the inside. That felt like a reasonable move. Not a little bit of aggression in making that move, but I wouldn't say it was excessively aggressive. The one thing that will help the Lambo in the long term is, of course, they've done 1 fewer laps on those wet tyres. And that lap that they've saved was the driest lap of the stint. Thus the lap that would have the most tyre wear for all of us. So come the end of this stint, the Lamborghini will be, whether they've, no matter how much the cars, all of us that pitted the previous lap, save our tyres, Lamborghini's just going to have more grip. That's a slide I want to try and avoid. That's quite tricky over the crest. Another wee slide through that right-hander. We're still dropping back from the 39 Aston in front, but the 314 Porsche behind us is still dropping back even further. Kind of matching the Lamborghini. Remember, we still have that 11 seconds of damage. The rain hasn't got that much heavier since it started. You can see the tires still overheating, still a little overpressured, but not by much. Coming up to GT4 127 McLaren. Mistake there for the McLaren. Getting onto the grass, spinning round at the hairpin. Took it a little bit cautiously in case they spun to the inside of the corner. Luckily for us, they spun to the outside. We were able to get through without too much time lost. Radio John, enjoy your tea. And we'll see you afterwards. You can tell us all about it, what you had, how much you enjoyed it. Deep into the carousel. Well, of course, by a second there. So it'll be interesting to see if the Porsche come the heavier rain in the latter half of the stint, whether they have the pace to close back up with their tyres that they've taken more care of, or whether they're just struggling for pace in these conditions. Is the track a little bit wetter over here? Kind of does look like it, because we do want to keep the tires cool. That'll help save them. And we cross over to the other side, opposite the racing line. Yeah, you can see tire temp's going down, pressure's going down. The heavier rain is in 10 minutes time, and in half an hour it will only be heavier. .850 for a first flying lap in the wet. A little deep into turn 1. And yeah, just a bit of a poor line through turns 1 and 2. Have the delta now. I'd say we don't really want to exceed the delta, because if we're exceeding it, then we're pushing the tires more, using more of the tire life. That could hurt us later on. Of course, we don't want to lose time. You know, last lap was a good sort of lap and pace-wise, I'd say. Then once the rain gets heavier, you know, once we get into that moderate rain, that's when we want to push on the tires. Try and keep them up to temperature, keep some pressure in them from that.
On the right. Clear on the right.
And of course, the heavier rain will protect the tires. I think the rain has got a little bit heavier, not by much. Having slides like that, car just stepping out from the AstroTurf on the inside of the chicane. That one being on the right hand side apex. Of course, this right hander far from flat out in these conditions. We're second up on the Delta, but don't feel like it pushed the tires too much. I think that's partly GT4 influence. Feel a little bit tidier through there in terms of not sliding the tire. See him there. See the rear tire's still getting quite hot in pressure. So still some management needed, not quite as much as in the previous 2 laps, but can't go full push just yet. I'll probably be about next lap that we start giving a bigger push. It won't be reflected in the times as the rain gets heavier. But our driving style will be a little bit different. Just trying to extract a little bit more potential. Try not to fall out of the carousel this time. Could have been a little bit quicker through there, so it was a bit too tight of a line. Since it wasn't carrying enough momentum. So didn't gain quite as much as I would have liked to on the previous lap. Just through these corners, trying not to stress the tires any more than I need to. Kind of reflects on the Delta. Nearly slid wide onto the grass there. We shouldn't be too far from the heavier rain. Got on the grass a little bit through the twisty section. Still pulling a gap on 314. Still falling back from 39 Aston. Time to kill the tyres down on the straight. You can see that second we had on our Delta we've almost lost. Well, we have lost entirely. Notice the Lamborghini in front doesn't feel the need to cool down its tyres this lap. And I would say will be the same come next lap. Braking a bit later this lap than last lap. Gaining us a bit of time on the Delta. 8:47.9 from the Lamborghini. Didn't see what time the Aston did. We did a 50.9 that lap. Even deeper into turn one this time. I didn't feel like it braked any later, but obviously the track and the tyre conditions are getting worse. So the braking zone getting longer. We're into that moderate rain now. And it is only going to get heavier in 10 and 30 minutes time. Now the tyre pressures are too low. Just running it deep. I'm going to try pushing now, but I've got to remember the track conditions are falling away, as well as the tyres. So even though I want to push more, push the limits of the car, the tyre more, that I still need to brake sooner and in a way be more cautious. Hopefully in the later stages of the stint, particularly the final lap of the stint, I won't be struggling as much as the 39 or the 39 especially, or the 314. But again, it depends how much they've been saving their tyres or if they're just struggling for pace. Actually, again, the car slowed down in time this time. For the right-hander, not running out wide of the apex, the inside curb. That's a long curb. Probably shouldn't have used quite that much anymore, and we've bounced on the inside grass. And we've seen how that's gone at the later part of the lap. About to catch a GT4. This might be the lead GT4. Pretty sure this was the GT4 that was leading earlier. I'll have the acceleration on the exit.
Clear on the left.
Notice how GT4 wasn't that much slower in the corners than GT3. I just remembered, I'm pretty sure that Aston in front of 39 is the one that put it on pole at the end of the session, even when it started to rain. So I kind of don't feel as bad about them now just pulling away as much as they have done. The rain levels off in 30 minutes. Have to keep out an eye on when that turns into, for when a minus symbol appears in 30 minutes time, or for the weather in 30 minutes time, I should say. It will probably appear in less than 30 minutes, but it will indicate that the rain gets lighter in 30 minutes and that dry weather is possibly on its way. I was a little bit worried about this race, about being too warm. The weather has been quite warm the past few days. So I was worried about just being too warm and overheating throughout this race, just sweating with the PC, with the wheel on full power basically for so long, without any rest, and I'm actually feeling a little chilly. Crash for the number 30 GT4. That was a Mercedes, if I remember correctly. Now, as the rain has got heavier, we don't want to move out to cool down the tyres. They'll cool down enough down the straight on the drier racing line as it is. We don't need the wetter part of the racing line. and on to start our 20th lap of the race. 3 hours and 15 minutes remain. Still running a little deep into T1, but not as deep as we did last lap. That's to the just by pull the car up before the gravel. Yeah, just gotta remember the braking points are changing. Especially as the tires lose pressure. As the track gets wetter.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
That means we'll have a bit less overall grip, but we'll also be more susceptible to aquaplaning on puddles and standing water. FPS is jumping around a little bit. Something feels odd at the moment. Something like it was disrupting the server. Yeah, something with the server seems a little unwell. But now that the rain has got heavier, we're closing in on that 39. The gap is starting to come down. Which is good to see. As I said earlier, I don't expect to catch the Lambo. Their tyres are newer by a lap, and by an important lap at that. Yeah, the 750 is jumping around. That's what I'm noticing. They are a GT3, so hopefully I don't meet them on the track. It's not like they're a GT4 that I'll be closing in on at a decent pace and will eventually lap. See the leaders by a minute up the road from us. And definitely don't expect to be fighting for the lead of this race. Definitely didn't think it'd be a consideration at any point in this race. If we didn't have the first stint that we did We might have been up there in second at least, maybe in the lead, with the strategy that we called. That strategy just effectively undid all the damage that we had from the first stint, all the time lost. There's the minus. Lighter rain in 30 minutes. Not light rain yet. It's still moderate rain, but it's lighter than the rain that we currently have or will have in 10 minutes. Which begs the question, what's going to happen next stint? We're still going to have moderate rain as we start the next stint. It's definitely going to be wet tyres, but what's going to happen during the stint? Oh, a bit of a slide from the rear end. A little bit of grass there. We're just slightly understeered. Not too far away from the halfway mark of the race. 3 hours and 6 minutes remain as we complete the 20th lap. Again, just misjudging that braking zone for turn 1, running it in too deep. 2 laps left of the stint. Remembered to brake slightly earlier there for the hairpin than I did last lap. Now I have a 30-second lead over the car behind. Which is nice to have. We are reaching the peak of the rain. It still doesn't seem that heavy. Bah. A little bit of a slide. Looks like the leader is just past the 750 and that we are catching them. Hopefully their issues are solved by the time we catch up to them, because at the pace they're running, we're guaranteed to catch them. On one hand, I kind of want the race to dry up again. On the other hand, I'm kind of then worried that the Porsche is going to have a lost speed in the dry again. They do have the fastest lap of the race, which was set in the dry. Rear end stepping out there. Shouldn't have shifted up there. There we are as we enter the carousel. Halfway mark of the race passes. That means 3 hours down, 3 more to go. 74 has stop-go penalty for speeding in pit lane. That's the M2 BMW. So it's a big shame for them to go from leading their class to leading their class, as they're the only one in the M2 class. I think the Lambo might have made a mistake through that section. We've caught up a little bit. Yeah, that Lambo's definitely closer than it was before. Still have light rain minus in 30 minutes. Not yet. Hasn't decided yet that it wants to turn into actual light rain. I think you've miscalculated that one, engineer. Lambo's getting held up by GT4 through this long right-hander as well. So the gap, 5.6 seconds, that's going to come down a bit at the line to the 234 in front. 4.8 then further to the 39. That's going to go up a bit. Fortunately, it looks like we're going to catch the GT4 BMW here into the final few corners, which is going to cost us a bit of time. I've slowed down a little bit more as they're having a crash through that section, but doesn't cost us too much time. And they get 54.4 from 39 last lap, 54.0 from the Lambo. We did 51.9. We're quicker, a couple of seconds quicker. Of course, GT4 definitely could have had an influence on that. Don't quite make the apex of turn 1, but don't run it in too deep this time. A little bit tight into turn 2. But yeah, we've closed in a couple of seconds on the cars in front. Of course, the Lambo will be going 1 lap longer on its tyres since it pitted 1 lap later. We're not going to quite make up all the time that we lost to the Aston. But we are going to make up some. Change tires on. Or 25.8 didn't seem too bad across the whole stint. It's a little bit low now, but it's not been too low and was a bit high to begin with. So I don't think I'm going to go too much higher, probably 26.2. Which we'll finish sorting out at a later point in the lap. We are catching up to the Lambo. I'm not going to repair damage. I don't feel like it's worth it. Bit of understeer and tyre scrub through the double right there. But yeah, definitely closing into both of the cars in front of us. Looks like the Lambo, maybe despite having one lap fresher tyres, maybe they really pushed on those tyres and absolutely shot. And yeah, have really damaged them in that driver phase at the start of the stint. In which case we could maybe make a good bit of time on the out lap. Maybe jump them if we have a good pit entry. Both of us sliding through these few corners, not quite on the optimal line. But we keep it on the track. You can see the gap is by 2 seconds. In front, 5.7 then to the Aston. So that'll be 7.8 between us and the Aston. That tyre saving in the first 3 laps of the stint, it's coming back to us. $90 litres of fuel seemed like a good amount. They'll probably run on 91 to be safe, but look at that, light rain in 30 minutes. It looks like the track will be going back to dry some point in the next stint. Catching up to the 99 Alpine GT4. I think Lambo might be sorting a pit strategy, given the fact they just drove off the track on the run to the carousel. I'm not going to repair damage because there's a chance to gain track position here, and track position is so much more valuable than a bit of damage. Gonna make a forceful move on the Alpine. Didn't want to lose any extra time to the Lambo through this section. So thanks to Alpine for complying. $750 has had a crash, which isn't good. It means we're ever closer to catching it up, and we don't want to catch it up because of its internet connection. That looks like it might have stabled. Got more stable now, which is good to see. Obviously you don't want to have drivers retire because their internet's not working. But of course, don't want to then have people get taken out by someone with dodgy internet. Don't worry, that's still the same penalty for the 74 that they got a lap ago now. Really caught up to the Lambo here. Bit of understeer through the final corner. Right, that should be good. I'm going to take it down to 26. These tyres really are not too bad. In fact, 25.9. Turn off damage. Might have enough pace to get this move done before the pit lane. We do get in front, we do get the move done. Lambo is following us in. Lambo a little more aggressive in on the pit entry. So yeah, we'll pretty much go for the same as what we had last time. Don't worry about the black dot on the tyres. We have unlimited sets of wet tyres, so you always take a new set, no matter what you have selected. That number only corresponds to dry compounds. Perfect pit entry. So we should be guaranteed, as long as we get a good drive out of the pit box, we should be guaranteed to get ahead of the Lambo. I wonder if it does have any damage. That'll be interesting to see. Do you have to take sort of a full stint's worth of fuel? We don't know exactly when the rain is going to stop, and even once it stops, it takes a bit of time for the track to dry when the wet tyres are still the preferred tyre. Yeah, good drive out of the pit box. There goes the Aston. And yeah, we should get the Lambo, as I mentioned. Lambo maybe repairing a bit of damage, or maybe just missed their pit box. As even if we came into the pits like right on their bumper like they did to us, I think we would have jumped them there. But now we've got a couple of seconds of, I say a couple, but a second and a half of breathing room. 39 has swapped drivers. I think the 234 might have as well. So it'll be interesting to see how their pace is for the next stint. Gotta be a little bit careful on the tyres, they're not up to pressure yet. And of course, don't want to push too hard on them on the outlap, because you can still damage them, which will have long-term stint consequences. But yes, up to P3 now. Got to see what sort of pace the Lambo and the Aston have this stint. And we had a very strong couple of laps at the end of the stint, so hopefully we can have the same this time. But of course, this time, last stint I should say, the track got wetter. This stint, the track will be getting drier. So maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe we should be quicker now and then slower at the end of the stint. But it all depends on how each of the teams have set up their tire pressures. We've only put 0.1 psi in our tires, so really not much at all. So that was the time gaps at the end of the previous lap when we all came into pit lane. And the 750 McLaren came into the pits and has come out behind us as well, so that's one less thing to worry about, which is nice. Yeah, so gap in front 6.4 seconds, 1.3 behind. This could become a three-way fight for second. Just seen a glimpse of the Aston Martin in front. There it is. GT4 traffic is half a minute up the road. So we'll catch it probably early next lap. That gap is coming down, and is coming down quite quickly to the 39. Yet again, updated split. You can see it in the distance. .1 was the gap last split. Lambo also closing a little bit in on us by a couple of tenths. Gap 1.1 at the split. Oh, a little bit wide through the left part. A tight line for the right-hander. The annoying thing is we're gonna catch the Aston after we go down the straight. If we caught the Aston before we got to the straight, we'd be able to slip straight past. But instead we're gonna have to we're not going to get the easy pass. We're going to have to find a more difficult opportunity. Just trying to be smooth on the steering wheel. Not to cause any excess tyre wear. Trying not to scrub the front left through that long right-hander onto the straight here. We'll get an update on the gap as we cross the start-finish line. But I can tell you it is closing. Let's see then. Gap in front. 3 seconds. Gap behind 1.4. That felt like a messy turns 1 and 2. Like I was a few tenths slower than both the cars in front of and behind. Just been struggling with them in the rain. Got to catch up to GT4 traffic as I mentioned this lap, and it'll be when we get to the Nordschleife, so it will not be easy. I want to try and avoid that curb because it's just slippery, has no grip in the wet. But we were all over it. You can see the GT4's up ahead and they're battling for 20th place overall, which isn't going to make it any easier to pass them. On to the Nordschleife for the 24th time this race. The Aston has got the GT4 traffic, but a spot where there's not much you can do to pass them. 74 has had a crash up ahead. That's the M2. Now the Aston finally gets past the GT4s, but look at how much time it's lost. Hopefully 74 can clear itself before we catch up to it. GT4 stays left hand side, so we'll pass it on the right. I'm not going to pass this GT4 into here. I was hoping to get it before this right-hander. Yeah, so we've lost the gap to the Lambo, and the gap to the Aston front has halved. So we're going to have to make sure we work to catch the Aston up, ideally before we start the run up the hill so we can have some slipstream. This is going to turn into a three-way fight for P2. A bit wide there. We aren't too far away from another GT4 as well as the M2. Aston's out a bit wide. That's going to cost them a bit of time. Bit of a clunk on the apex curb there. Luckily in a slow speed corner you can't get away with it. Aston up onto the outside curb there. Now it's about getting past the Camaro. The Aston was looking to the inside, wasn't able to get done into the corner, but got done in the mid corner. It did cost a bit of time though. There's the M2. Indicating to the left. Fuck. I just slightly tapped the grass and spun into it. I'm so sorry to the 74. Has cost us a place to the 234 Lambo. I feel really bad about that. I just got into the grass, got a bit of a snap, and wasn't able to quite get the car straightened up without hitting 74. Well, this will be interesting down the back straight. We'll have the slipstream off the Lambo, but Lambo might get slipstream off the Aston if it can close up. We're holding right onto the tail of this Lambo. Lifting before the jump just to make sure we didn't dive into the back of the Lambo in case it wanted to brake a little bit before the jump. It seemed like it might have. Couldn't tell if it hit the brakes before it jumped or after it jumped while it was in the air. Lambo wide there. Into the mini carousel, one of my weaker corners on the track, and yet do lose a bit of time to the Lambo. There's going to be that's a GT3, that's a lap down to pass on the main straight here. A lot of understeer there. It's going to drop us back a little bit, but we'll still just be within slipstream. The Lambo won't be in slipstream of the Aston in front. Closing up a lot now. Lambo's going to go to the inside. We'll go to the outside, but we'll have the momentum to go around the outside. Now it's back to chasing the Aston in front. That's not the safest rejoin ever. Might give the Lambo an opportunity back down towards T1. Still gained 1.2 seconds on the Aston that lap. Into T1 just defending from the Lambo to discourage any sort of dive. And we should be able to catch up to the Aston this lap if we have a clean, tidy lap. You can see rain is getting lighter. Oh, that's wide. It's going to give the Lambo a run. Gonna have to defend. Is the Lambo going to have the acceleration? Little bit of a tap in the middle of the corner. They decide to back out of it. Very risky move. I don't want to get caught up fighting each other when we could be chasing down the Aston. Lambo's dropped back a little bit, giving us a bit of breathing space. Good run through this opening section of the Nordschleife. Bit of a slide there through the left-hander, sort of gone to the wetter part of the track, which only caused the car to slide even more. Not closing up to the Aston as much as I would have liked to. 16 seconds of damage now, which won't be helping. Not closing in on the Aston as much as we were previously. Maybe they've just got a little more comfortable with the conditions. Pushing a little bit harder. Definitely going to need to cool down the tyres at the end of this lap on the straight. Closing in on the Aston here. Like the Aston was a little bit wide for the apex, didn't use all the track on the exit. A little bit wide here again. Wide again. Nowhere to pass in this section. Drove right over top of that car, not being able to see it behind the Aston. Big slide there. Won't be helping the tyres unless the Aston pull away a little bit. Gonna need a good couple of corners here to get in the slipstream. Better run onto the straight, much better run in the slipstream. The Aston looks like it might have more straight line speed than us. Yeah, look, as soon as I pull over the slipstream, it starts pulling clear a little bit. That's going to make this pass difficult. Oh, the Aston's lost it! Aston's lost it on the bumps. Face first into the wall. And it's a huge mistake. I mean, like, I kind of feel for the Aston driver because I've made that same mistake myself. I mean, we had a moment ourselves into that wall. We didn't go face first into the wall, was hit it on the left hand side of the car. And in previous races too, I've just completely lost the car on the bumps under braking. It is such a difficult braking zone, and yeah, so I feel a bit for the Aston making that mistake, but it does move us up to P2. And now we've got to decide how we want to drive for the remainder of the stint. We've got 4 laps to go in it, so still more than half the stint to go. But the rain has eased off. It is now only light rain that we have. And it's only going to get lighter in the next half an hour. So we're back at the conundrum that we had at the start of last stint of, do we want to save the tyres through the light rain when the tyre wear will be more severe. The only difference is this time the rain won't get heavier. We don't need to save the tyres as much for the heavier rain. It's not like we've been taking it easier. It's not like we've been taking it easy on these tyres. I wonder if the 750 is doing that. Yeah, they're having their internet struggles. Just see them popping into pit lane every so often. Luckily, they're nowhere near us on track. And yeah, not so difficult at all. The race certainly isn't over. Okay, the Aston's got a fair bit of front end damage. We still have our 16 seconds of damage. Really need to see what that rain is gonna do. Because it's easing off. It's easing off for half an hour, but it's not stopping. It's going to be really difficult trying to decide what to do for the next stint, I feel like. I wonder if we'll get the same situation of it will stop raining like a lap into the stint. Into the next stint, and it'll be a thing of, do we want to take the tyres longer again? But you've got to be really careful in these light rain conditions. You can't take the tyres longer. In the lighter rain conditions, you wear through the tread quicker, which means you're only more susceptible to a puncture. So if we wanted to open that strategy door to ourselves, we'd have to preserve the tyres. But with how much we've been pushing in this stint so far, I'm not sure it'd be worth it. This is going to be a very difficult decision. Yeah, and slicks could be an option too if the rain is light enough. The strategy call when the rain was starting, it felt like an easy call. Back when is, well, P6 I think. Didn't really have much to lose. Now that I'm in P2, I don't want to lose time positions. I don't want to make the wrong decision. Luckily, we don't have to make the decision yet. We've got nearly half, I'd say about 25 minutes till we have to make the decision. Falling away from the Lambo behind, which is nice. Also clear track of GT4s for a while. Discounting any pit stops they might make that spits one of them out in front of us. Such as 74 in for their stop go 30. I have a feeling they might have repaired the damage. Need a pit stop and repair the damage. 750's near 314. Yeah, I thought I saw that earlier. Oh, 45 is causing a white flag. I need to cool down tires. Let's not forget that. The start finish straight's quite bumpy. Braking a bit early for T1, but making sure we get the apex this time. Better line into turn 2. Two, 3, 4 is causing a yellow flag. And I think the 39's involved in the incident too. Maybe they've had it coming together at T1. We know that Aston has good straight line speed, so in the slipstream it might have tried to move into T1. Not made it stick. I was thinking to myself before the race, should I save the replays? I was like, yeah, I should, just in case I want to make a highlights video. Then I've completely forgotten so far. So I don't think I will bother, to be honest, saving the replay. '86 has had a crash. Oh yeah, I forgot there was that rain intensity thing on the HUD, on the overlay. Yeah, I imagine we'll see that drop to 20% throughout this stint. There's the M2.
There's a slow car ahead.
Which we accidentally murdered.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Didn't make that time as easy as last time. Luckily not at such a high speed this time. Yeah, I think the app only displays in intervals of 20%. Not really, but they did risk the same thing happening again. Track is definitely getting drier. You can tell there's just not as much water sitting on it from its texture. It's getting a bit more dull, not as shiny looking. And the rain's still meant to be getting lighter for the next 30 minutes. Over to the wet side of the track. Cool the tires off. Gonna get past a few GT4s here that are in pit lane.
There's a car being watch out.
Just about get that final one that's leaving the pits. That'll be a GT4 that the cars behind have to pass. That they'll lose time in passing. Meanwhile, we've got through, no issues, no time lost. We don't want to go too low on the tire pressures, because the issue won't be the tire pressure, it'll be the temperatures. The tires will overheat, and the more the tires overheat, the more wear there is. The Aston is past the Lambo, and I think the Lambo's made a mistake or something. They're also like 5 seconds back from the Aston. They've lost a lot of time. Yeah, 5.5 back. We've got an 18.6 gap to the Aston. I think this will be a slick tire stint coming up. But it's a really difficult choice. Nope, leader's still there. The 899, 53 seconds up the road. "50 seconds in front for the leader." I mean, they've been that far ahead for a good stint odd now. I believe the 899 ran the same strategy that I did in terms of not taking tyres for that like 1 lap stint as the rain started. You know, and that where everyone else did take tyres and lost a lot, lost about 24, 25 seconds. And then from there they've just had clean air, they've not been fighting anyone. And they've been able to just make a bit more of, extend the gap a bit more, because they were already in a good position before the pit stops. Then they were in a really good position after those pit stops onto the wet tyres. And then they've just been making it better and better. Well, we've kind of have been stabilising it, except for the bits of time that we've lost with the M2, the fighting with the Lambo. Tyres look toasty? Yeah, they're getting toasty. Yeah, so my thinking is the tyres I don't think are going to last a full stint in the lighter rain conditions. I think that's why we're going to have to go for overpressured slicks. Because the rain is still getting lighter and lighter. So if you go on wets, I think you're going to have to make an extra stop. I don't think you'll be able to just... I think you'll have to make 2 stops to the end rather than 1. That really depends on how the weather plays out. It's time to catch up to GT4. That has had a trip across the grass. That's not a typical way to pass GT4 through there, but it was the best opportunity we got. Thankfully, Ted Edwards and the Mercedes complied, left the space, and we got through cleanly. Thank you, Ted. Ted being one of the admins in RCI, helping to run this event. Number 6 is go speeding and pit lane penalty. The race hasn't been going well since the first stint. And it's not going any better. That's a big slide. Yeah, it slides like that. That is the reason we're not going to be able to do a full stint on a set of wet tires. Over to what water remains. Oh, but the track is still quite damp. It is such a difficult decision. Yeah, but I mean, like, usually, like, the wets are yellow, getting orange and red. Here, they're still somewhat green. They're not that bad. Like, ultimately, the wet tires are still colder. Okay, we're at the end of a straight, so it's a little biased. They're still colder than a set of dry tires would be in dry conditions. This is such a tough decision. 39's pitting. They obviously don't think they can take their tires another lap. This is the part where I'd love to have a teammate that could just go and look and see, hey, what tires did 39 put on? And just like watch their progress. The 234's in the pits as well. They're concerned about the tires popping. And that's fair enough, because if a tire pops around here, you know, you're in trouble. Try and pick up some extra water going into the chicane here. Bit of a slide there for the McLaren.
Car on the right.
We got 3 on the inside. Thanks to them for leaving the space. Oh, good spot, Kiki. 234 has got a speeding penalty in pit lane. So that takes him out of the equation for the battle. Gonna try and hold left here just because there's some water that part of the track. Still says lighter rain. Some water here. What I'm kind of thinking is I don't need to take a set of wet tires 7 laps. 6 laps will do. You know, I can do a shorter stint on them. You know, so there isn't as much risk of a puncture. Some more water here. Like there's... There isn't a dry line yet. Like if it was dry and we got this light rain, I think you'd go on slicks. But the fact we've come off a rain shower means that the track is quite wet still. Oh, at level, I have to go wet. I have to go wet. Because if I understand it correctly, that rain in 30 minutes is as heavy as it will be now. Okay, it's still going to get lighter in 10 minutes, but then it's going to get a little bit heavier again in 30. Back to where it is now. Which means it won't dry. .50.5 seconds behind the leader, so we've only lost half second since I checked like a while ago now. Like a lap ago. Yeah, I think I've got to go for wet tires. And just manage them. I don't know whether to fully commit to a 6-lap stint or to go 7 laps. I'll go for a 6-lap stint because it'll make the car lighter on fuel and thus it'll be a little kinder to the tires. You can still see the water texture on the ground. So need 78 liters of fuel. Go and bring this down to like 25.4. We're here for the water. That's not repair damage because we could still lose track position. Slow down before the line. Yeah, we'll go 79 liters to be safe. Oh, this is a tough call. I've completely overshot the box. That's unnecessary time lost. That's a good 4 or 5 seconds there. Awful. Quick drink. We'll easily be out ahead of the 39 and the 45. Yeah, 39 is one we're concerned about easily. Right, the goal is save the tires. How do we do that? TC up. BMW's gone wide on its out lap. I think the 39 and the 234 repaired damage, because they seem a lot further back than they were. Gotta be gentle on the tires. Give them water as soon at every opportunity possible. Even if they don't need it yet, they'll take it. Yeah, look at that, saying we're a minute ahead. Of course, the 39 had a lot of damage from its front end impact that let us past. And they might have went out on dry tires that is costing them pace. If the rain stays like this, I might go out on dry tyres for the final stint, since it will have to be a lap longer. 2, 3, 4 clears their stop go. That means they're just exiting pit lane heading into turn 1 now. That is so far back. Yeah, I'm kind of driving this wet tire as if it was a slick. Or like with the pace of if it was a slick tire. I'm trying to take care of it. I'm not pushing it. I'm just sort of babying it. .767 BMW behinds had another off. Gaps are really inconsistent at the moment. I have a feeling the 39 is on slicks. There may be some big gaps around, but this race is far from over. We sort of have two strategies at play. Do you go on overpressured slicks or under-pressured wets? Both strategies have their risk. The slicks, of course, you'll struggle, you'll slide around on the cold, stone-cold tyres. You could very easily throw the car off into a wall. The wets, well, they're going to overheat. That does give a high puncture risk in a long stint. But you can be a bit more confident with the grip that they're going to give. 767 having another off. And I think that was a jump back to pit lane, it looks like. Yes, I see them in the pits. Good on them for not quitting and carrying on. Catching up to this GT4 McLaren. Seems to be really struggling.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Yeah, we're pulling a massive gap on the 39. They're definitely on slicks. Like, I'm going to be in a situation where I can make an extra pit stop on them and still come out ahead. And I'm not pushing flat out. I am driving the car in a comfortable manner. A good 5-10% below its limit, but that's just what the tyres need to stay alive. Running on the grass like that isn't going to help. Look at that. 74 seconds back now. And the track isn't going to get much drier than this, when the slick tires are many seconds a lap slower. Over to the water. .1 seconds was the gap at the last split. We'll see what it is at the start-finish line. We'll have to wait a bit. It looks like the 45 BMW has caught up to the Aston, so the 45 is probably on wets. No need to brake as late as we can into these final couple of corners. Braking does still put energy through the tyres, does help cause them to wear. So just being a little more gentle on the brakes does help. Get in front of a GT4 that's coming out of the pits, that is always handy. The 39 just coming onto the back straight now. That BMW's all over the tail of it. The dots, you can barely tell the 45's there until now, as it pulls out to pass. The Aston at straight line speed though is letting it fight back. And look at that. The tyres are not overheating. They're slightly under pressured, especially on the fronts. The tyres aren't too bad. More water for the tires. At some point I'm going to have to try and work out how many laps are going to be in the final stint of the race. Another thing to mention, of course, we're starting to get into night time. The track is getting cooler, down at 17 degrees C. It was up in the 20s, of course, for the start. So the last stint should technically be a little bit easier on the tyres as well. Forgot to check how far back the Aston was. Yeah, look how far back the 39's dropped from the 45, and that isn't an error in the relative. You can see it on the map too. Try and get some water here for the left-hand side tires. They're the ones that are struggling most. Take it nice and easy. Another thing with taking it nice and easy is we're going slower, so we might have one less lap in the race than if we were pushing flat out, which could help. That tire's not too bad. Just lifting through corners that are easily flat out, just to minimize the stress on the tires. Car 5, GT4 that is, drive through for speeding in pit lane. Just through this section, coasting the car through. There isn't anything for us to gain by pushing. We're already 50 seconds behind the leader. We're not going to catch that. Because if we did push to try and catch it, we'd just give ourselves a puncture. And we'd be at risk of losing P3 to the 45 behind. We don't have to worry about those cars on slick tyres. The slicks don't have any pace. Just taking little lifts through here, reducing the stress on the tires. Might not be the most exciting thing to watch, certainly isn't the most exciting way to drive, but it's the strategy that this race is forcing. And I'm not going to complain, because it's nice to have a race that's throwing up a different strategy. Oh, don't worry, Giga, I've just been blabbling on about saving tyres and managing them. Through the water we go. The rain showing no sign of changing. Bit of lift and coast. I did go for wet tyres. It is paying off. The 39, I assume, has not gone for wet tyres, and now they're 1.5 minutes behind us. They have lost nearly a minute on that strategy. To the point where even if I did have to take an extra pit stop just to play it safe to the end of the race, I'd still be ahead of them. And look at the tyres there. Again, round the GP loop, they're fine. Well, 39 is still in P4. The 314 will be the car trying to chase them down. Of course, the early race leader had an incident, then struggled for pace in the rain. 8:42.3 from the BMW 45. We ran in 8:46.7. BMW taking more risks, probably because they were getting themselves up to P3, fighting the Aston and wanting to pull a bit of a gap. As I was saying in an earlier stint, we could go much quicker, but that isn't the goal. Our goal is to sort of stick to our delta that we have. If not, run slower than it. We could go for it faster that time. It's not worth it. Light is continuing to fade here at the Nordschleife. We haven't seen the sun all race. It's been hidden behind clouds. The race has started with a drizzle that quickly disappeared as soon as the race began. Then the rain returned, the sun never getting a chance to appear. And now the weather is giving everyone a very difficult decision for the final two stints. And it is continuing to put that pressure on. How hard do you drive the wets is the question. Should be some water down here. But let's not run onto the grass. That could very easily go disastrously wrong. I just see the 314 at the bottom of the relative. Looks like they're about 16 seconds back from the 39. I'm so glad I took the wet tire. Trying a little bit too hard to find water for the tires there. It is getting dark. Yeah, it's looking that way, Geeky. It's not going to be an easy run to the end, though. I can't afford to have slides like that. That BMW behind is pushing. They're pushing, they're closing the gap up. If they don't get a puncture while pushing, they could catch me if while I'm managing. Didn't get to see the leader's lap time again. .49.5. We'll keep an eye on what the BMW behind does. Or I'll try to at least. Two, 3, 4 has had an issue with the 76, it looks like. They were together on track and then the yellow flag came out. 2, 3, 4 dropping back. Not positions, but losing time. BMW getting to the end of the straight, going into the final few corners. Won't be long until they pass the start-finish line. .841.8.
Yellow flag is in front.
GT499 it looks like. Having issues getting onto the Nordschleife. Yeah, at that rate, BMW's going to catch me. Well, that's 8 seconds a lap. About 7 laps time. If they can keep that pace up, which I highly doubt, the tyres will probably wear and fall away from them, and they'll be at risk of a puncture. there's some water over here. Yeah, looks like there was a bit. Of course, it's getting harder to see where the water is with the daylight fading, track getting ever darker. An hour and 15 minutes still left to go. If we have these conditions to the end of the race, I swear. These conditions have been evil. In the sense of trying to figure out which way is the right strategy. It would just help that little bit if the track dropped down to 16 degrees. '99 has had more issues. Wasn't even being shown a yellow flag for that, which is concerning. I need the water over here. And I can't afford to forget to dip the wheels into water like that. 57.2 seconds, so the BMW only gained by a second that sector. It's probably the latter half of the lap that they're gaining more. It's a bit more technical than the first half. Definitely the half of the track where there's more opportunities to push the tire. And yeah, you may have noticed this lap I'm not holding back quite as much as I was last lap. Just pushing a little bit more. Just to try and hold that gap a little bit more. I will say when you're driving at this reduced pace, it's much easier, not really mentally, but physically, which is nice for doing a 6 hour. Yeah, this is a part of the track that I'm probably saving a lot more than the BMW. But if we see them suddenly start to drop back, then we know they have a puncture that we need to back it off again. Porsche in front is pulling a little bit of a gap. They're not pulling as far away as the BMW is closing in on us. Big lifting coast here. This is a really awkward place to catch a GT4. You can see the GT4 is pushing it so much through here. Cut that corner, technically. But you can see this GT4 is absolutely on its limit with how it's sliding. And then they just slow down to this through and they don't, which is appreciated, but I was trying to hold back, open up the entry to that corner to get a better exit, get the acceleration between the two left-handers. So we had a little bit of contact, just a bit of miscommunication. That did cost us a bit of time, unfortunately. But doesn't look like the BMW's gained anything this lap. Gap's 55.3. They have gained a couple of seconds. I missed what time the leader set following the GT4 there. I mean, they were staying, it's not that they were staying on the apex, they were actually pulling off the apex and going slower to let me make the move. But I was also taking a wider line through the, at least on the entry to the corner, to try and set up a move on the exit, whereas they wanted me to sort of pass them going into the corner. Right, 50.6 this time round, a little bit slower, kind of from the GT4. We have about 2 laps to go in this stint. Is an 8:47.5 for the leader. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iris. So they're not pushing too hard. Not sure if we'll get to see the BMW's time, thanks to the GT4s and also the M2 in there as well, in the pits currently. .42.9, so yeah, again a little bit slower, but they still gained about 8 seconds. Yeah, so gap down to 50 seconds. Also, with all this tire saving, using much less fuel. You can see in the green predicted box, I need to cool tires. It says 12.4. Generally, we've been using about 12.9 litres a lap. We're using half a litre less a lap. See how dark it's getting. Tracks come down to 16 degrees, which helps just a little bit, but not by much. Definitely playing this safer than the 2 cars around us. It'd be really frustrating if we were the ones that got a puncture anyway. I say this weather is absolutely miserable? It's nighttime, it's cloudy, it's light rain, but it's not proper heavy rain, it's just that really annoying rain. We're having to save tires. That's like peak misery. It's the F1 Monaco Grand Prix all over again. I forgot to cool tires again. .9 gap behind the BMW. But of course it's that final sector that they're gaining their time. That's a nice little detail. The lasers from the campsite. The rain, still not changing. For how variable the rain has been so far this race, like, I'm very surprised it's being so consistent and stable. Yeah, it has to be. 39 has dropped so far back on the set of slicks. You know, okay, you don't have the puncture risk with slicks, but you just don't have any pace. It's not worth it. BMW definitely not closed up as much this lap as it has done in the last couple of laps. But again, it's that final sector. Leader has just crossed the line. I didn't quite see what the lap time was. I believe we'll have 7 laps to go, which would mean we have a 6-lap stint for the final stint, which is what we want. We don't want it to be 7, we want it to be 6 laps because that's safer for the tires. One more lap this stint. Or that time this time round, 47.5. .4 for the leader, so we were faster than the leader that lap. They're obviously starting to struggle on those tyres, or maybe just having to save them a bit more now. BMW's pitted. The BMW's going to have 7 laps in the final stint. That will give us the tyre advantage. And if I'm doing my maths correctly, we'll only have 6 laps to go when we pit. 59 minutes left in the race right now. You'll run wide, whether intentional or not. Thank you. I have a feeling the rain is going to throw one last curveball in this race. Whether it gets heavier or lighter, I don't know. If it gets lighter, that would be so mean. If it gets heavier, it won't be too bad. But it'll be interesting. You can see the sky getting ever darker. We're nearly in pitch black. You'll also notice the lights are flashing a bit. That's from the damage that we're still carrying. It's about 16 seconds. It's not really affecting our pace. Not that we're pushing flat out anyway. But the light flickering is a little bit annoying now that the sun has completely disappeared and nighttime has taken over the circuit. So there will be about 51 minutes. Let's say 52 to be safe when the leader crosses the line or comes out of the pits for the final stint. "52 minutes. Let's say we're running 8-minute 45s lap times. just to be on the safe side. 8-minute 45s. So 17:30. 25:15. .34 is 4 laps. .51.5 minutes for 6 laps. Oh, that is so close on if it's going to be 6 or 7 laps. And like that prediction isn't super safe because, you know, we have ran close to the 40s in the early stage of the stint. If we were in the lead, it'd be it'd be like a pretty can't have slides like that. It'd be a pretty comfortable 6-lap run to the end. The leader being a minute up the road means that they could cross the line with like 10 seconds to go and start a 7th lap of the stint. Oh, this is a headache. Leader's not far from entering the pits. It's like a minute to pit, so it's going to be like 41:30. I have to assume they'll slow down at the end, but will they? Or will the track be too quick? Oh, the leader's carried on. Oh, interesting. I gotta go 7 laps to be safe. Put a little bit more pressure in the fronts. We will take 88 liters of fuel. A little bit more aggressively into the final braking zone. We don't need to save the tires anymore. So 88 liters of fuel. We have to play it safe. There's no point in risking this. It's not like, oh, it's tenths of a second. It's nearly a minute. Hitting the marks is a good start. Oh, I need to go to the toilet. 51 minutes remain. The leader stays on another lap. The leader doesn't seem too concerned about a puncture. Well, here we go. Final stint. Final 50.5 minutes. We're carrying, what, about 9 litres extra fuel, which is only going to hurt the tyres even more. But the track temp is about 1 degree cooler than it was, which will slightly help. We still need to find out what the weather will do for the final 20 minutes of the race. There won't be any strategy change at this stage. Heavier rain would help the 899 since they'd have fresher tyres. That we'd be able to better deal with it. Well, the 899's in a good position either way. As long as they don't get a puncture this lap, they're in a good position to win. They'll have either a 5 or a 6 lap stint, which we know is quite easy on the tyres. After they've just done, I think this is an 8 lap stint they're on, or a 7 lap stint they're on currently. Tires feel so much better. Again, got that new tire feel, but it's kind of pointless because can't use the tires. Have to save them. And arguably have to be more conservative on them than we were last stint. But were we maybe too conservative? I've no idea. You know, this would be a really useful time where if we could like see what the data was on the previous set of tires, like how much tread depth was there left? You know, because, you know, were we down to the final few tenths of a millimeter, or was there still a millimeter left? You know, if there was a millimeter left, then we were pretty safe. We can push a bit more. But if it was tenths of a millimeter, well then we'd need to be a bit safer this stint in case we do have to go the extra lap. Also find ourselves a bit of no man's land here in terms of track position. Only car around us is the number 6, which is a lap down. They've had quite an unfortunate race. They spun around in the opening stint around the jump. I believe they've had a stop-go for speeding in pit lane. And this race is far from done. Like, can't afford any mistakes because, you know, we already have 16 seconds of damage in the car. We can't really afford more damage. Gotta be careful with the tires. You can see they're warmer than they ever were last stint. Bit of water here, yeah, they're cooling down. Try not to lose the car on the inside curb. That would be embarrassing. Now that I've said that, it's probably going to happen at some point this race. Gap behind to the BMW, 55.8 seconds. So that gap's increased from before the pit stops. BMW probably realizing they need to baby these tyres. Triple 9 is going slowly, the GT4. Looks like they've got going again. Need to cool these tyres down. If track wanted to be even more helpful, it could drop down to 15 degrees C. Doubt it will though. Not until like 1 AM, which is well after this race finishes. Leader is in the pits. Yeah, I don't know. The marshals and the flags are definitely a bit iffy on this track. Leader has just left the pits with 42.5 minutes left on the clock. I think that is just within 6 laps. And given that we're a minute behind them, like there's every chance, even if they could do an extra lap, that they'll just slow down to not have to do it. There's every chance. Can't guarantee it, but can't say it won't happen either. We'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on their lap times. Of course, this is a flying lap for the BMW behind, so we'll get an idea of what pace they're trying to run this stint. I'd expect a low 40 if they're pushing. They're still making their way down the back straight, have to wait a wee while, which is a good thing. It means we have a nice gap behind us. C tires once again cooled down quite nicely. I completely missed what time the 45 did. Lol. Gap is 60.3 seconds. 51.4, that's slow. That's slow. So they're not pushing. Forgot to cool tires again. It's quite important I cool them at this spot because we're about to go into the Nordschleife. Don't drive on that curb. It's a bit of a death sentence. Should really try and avoid sliding the car like that. Especially the rear left. If the tire's gonna pop, I think it'll be the rear left. I've closed up to the leader. Relative says gap is 46 seconds. I'll have a check on when we get to the next split point what it officially is. That's a bit deep. Yep, 46.3 seconds. So we've closed in quite a bit to the leader in that pit sequence. Extended the gap a bit to the car behind. But I expect the leader to just open that gap up throughout this stint. They have the newer tyres. They don't have to worry about them puncturing as much. And if they are worrying, they can just guarantee that the race runs one lap shorter than what I'm having to account for, as I'm not the one controlling how many laps this race will be. So I have to consider the what ifs. Nearly hit that curb, which could have been disastrous on the right hand side. Looks like the 45 might have got caught up behind GT4 traffic for a bit. Just another little thing that helps us. If the leader does go one extra lap, I think stint timer could be an issue for the BMW behind. I'm not certain, of course, but with an 8-minute lap, I think it could be just a lap too many for them, especially in these slower weather conditions. We're lapping about 25 seconds a lap slower than we were in the dry. Well, I say 25, 30 seconds as well when we're trying to save the tires. And we aren't pushing as much as normal. And with the length of the pit lane, it's not like I'm safe to the BMW if I get a puncture. If I get a puncture, that BMW is definitely getting past. The Porsche, being a further 106 seconds back from the BMW, probably isn't going to pass me unless I get the puncture in a really awful spot early on in the lap. Definitely running the tyres a bit harder than I ever did last stint. Which isn't what I should be doing. Since I have more fuel on board, and I may need to go one lap longer on these tyres. But I can't really help myself, to be honest. Now that the leader has fallen back a bit, I can actually get onto the straight, get into the damper part of the track, and then look at the lap time the leader does. Though this is their out lap, so the time doesn't really matter. It's a 9:45. That is a few seconds slower. That's nearly 4 seconds slower than the out lap that we produced. So that was either time lost in pit lane or time lost on the out lap. Not too sure because the pit lane time is included in the out lap, since the control timing line is at the start of pit lane. Yeah. Slow car ahead flag, that'll have to be for the number 6. Are they coming to pit lane? Nope, they're carrying on. They ran in 8:50, we ran in 8:46, which isn't too quick, nor is it too slow. Try not to forget to check what time the BMW does. They're only at the start of the straight, so it's a little while until they get to start-finish line. Also, 33 minutes and 45 seconds remained on the clock when the leader crossed the line. That is just under the 34-minute threshold for whether we get an extra lap or not. So they would need to be running 8:40s to get an extra lap in. Or like 8:41s or 42s might do it too, on average. So I doubt there will be the extra lap. But you never know. You can't count your chickens before they hatch. Yeah, I forgot again. 49.9. Still slower than we were, not too quick. Slower than they were last stint, that's for sure. I very much think they're just consolidating third place. And can see the 314 Porsche on the relative now. Like 200 seconds back. Where's the 234? They're down in 7th. Because they had a stop-go penalty for speeding in pit lane, and I think they also took dry tyres in that previous stint, like the 39, and yeah, it's cost them a lot too. 44.2 seconds behind the lead. That's pretty much what it was this time last week. Last lap. I don't remember what I was doing this time last week, to be honest. I think was I working? Can't remember. Might have been working. Now I know for a fact the Porsche ahead has at least 2 drivers, so while we may not be winning the race, we are the highest placed solo driver for GT3. Well, and overall of course. But it'd be, of course there will be the highest placed solo driver in GT4, and the M2 has a couple of drivers in it. Tires a little bit warmer than I would like them to be. Coming up to an Alpine here. Let's try not to murder them like we did with BMW. And that is how you safely lap a slower class car. Don't throw it off. The one thing with being this far into the race and it being dark is that I am losing focus. I am losing concentration. And with the darkness, it's harder to see where the track goes in the peripheral vision. And so I'm like I'm not realizing, oh, the track's slightly turning up ahead, I should turn, you know? Which is what's causing those little off-track moments. That's the number 6 Ferrari GT3 up ahead, that we've been behind for a while now. Just closing in on them a bit more, that we can see them. Slide in the car like that. I thought that was a safety car. I mean, the light at the top of the rear windscreen did sort of seem a bit like a safety car light. That's just a tail light. Water. experience loss of track location while driving at night, yeah. I meant to look at see what time the leader did again. I keep forgetting to check lap times, just losing focus. We ran a 47.4. Also nice to see you, Ice Pyro. Thanks for tuning in. 45.0. It's not far off what they would need to do for another lap, but it's not quick enough. Which is not really the answer I wanted. But thank you, Iris. Thank you again. BMW's coming up to the line, 47.3. So they were 1/10 quicker than us last lap. I'm happy with that. Water. '74 picking themselves up another stop go 30. Still feel a bit bad for murdering them earlier on. Rain gets heavier in 30 minutes. Doesn't matter. Race will be over by then. That would have been nice a bit earlier. Like, right now. I really need like a beep in my ear every time I get to one of the points in the track where I need to pull over onto the water to cool the tires, just to keep reminding me to do it. Because I keep forgetting nearly every time. Or nearly forgetting every time. Also, sliding the tires a bit too much last few corners. Mood to the weather. I mean, to be fair, the weather has been interesting. I remember doing a 24-hour race at Suzuka. We got 2 minutes of rain for the entire race. Or sorry, it might have been 4, in which case it was 2 laps of rain. But yeah, that was horrible weather. Oh hey, there might be rain. Hey, here's your rain. Drive round in a damp track for 10 minutes. Right, that's it. That's your rain. Have fun in the dry for the rest of the race. Where's this race? Oh yeah, the weather's been, you know, changing. You know, really, you've really had to make, and it's really challenged you on what decisions you want to make. There's not been a easy, oh yeah, this is the clear best strategy to have. It's like, oh, you could go one way, you could go the other. Who knows? You gotta take a gamble, take a risk, and hopefully it pays off. For us in the 899, it certainly did. That was a car spun, and I never got a yellow flag for it. Yeah, that's not fun. Ooh, really slid out of the thing there. Up to 19 seconds of damage now. I'm sure we'll be fine. And to be honest, no matter what the weather did here at the end of the race, like, it wouldn't have changed anything for the top 3 places, at least. Not unless it's actually completely stopped raining. But whether it got heavier or a bit lighter, didn't really matter. We were all going to play these strategies. The leader was going to have the best strategy. I was going to have the second best strategy. The BMW the worst out of us 3. The car is starting to slide around a little bit more, which is not fun. Yeah, we're definitely not getting an extra lap. We would have needed 17.5 minutes. Leader crosses the line with 16.10 with a 46.4, so by a second slower this lap than they were previous lap. Still gonna be quicker than we are, not that it really matters at this point. As long as we don't get the black and orange flag again, no meatballs. Well, we also don't want any suspension damage. You know, if we knock a wheel out of alignment, it'll just create more friction and get hotter and wear out more, which would be a bit risky, and also would make the car more unstable and more likely for me to spin it even harder. As long as it's entirely bodywork. 55 has had a crash, which, yeah, it's all bodywork. There's 0 suspension damage, which is what's important. Because bodywork will a bit less downforce. Oh, that's not too bad. You know, slower cornering speeds, that kind of helps. Although downforce can also help, like, protect tires, so it kind of negates itself. Less straight line speed. Straight line speed isn't much of a concern here around the Nordschleife, so we'll not be too concerned. We are using more fuel than we were last stint, up at 12.6 compared to the 12.4, and we were using for most of last stint in the 0.5 we had in the last couple of laps. .1 for BMW behind. Yes, they're very much just consolidating that third place. Remember to cool down the tires this time. So this should be 2 laps to go, the penultimate lap here. Little deep there, just about kept off the grass. Number 6 has been disqualified for speeding in pit lane. That's an oof. That Friday's day has gone from bad to worse to awful. Luckily, there's an admin on standby to clear the disqualification. So they can continue the race and see off the finish. But yeah, that'll definitely cost them a lot of time. I will say I have physically felt worse when doing a couple of the 4-hour races I've done by myself than I feel during doing this race. It's only now that I'm really starting to feel a bit fatigued physically. I've had a little bit of a headache in the background all race, but it's not been too bad. I don't have one, Geeky. I only have digestives. Well, I do have some other snacks downstairs, but I'm saving them for Monday. Yeah, 1 1/3 laps, let's say, to go. I said in the first stint of this race, after a bit of a crash, a very messy stint, I can already tell that this is how this race is going to go. It's just going to be one of those races that's very messy, don't do too well. By the end of it, I'm thinking, what could have been? Oh boy, was I wrong. Okay, was it clean? Absolutely not. Had a slight murder of an M2 BMW. For which I still apologise for. That was completely on me. My bad. Just catching the grass, trying to leave the BMW as much room as I could. Ultimately leaving it a little too much room as I then spin round into it. So, the driving hasn't been too great this race. It's been alright. Good enough. The thing that's been on point this race is the strategy. Leader starts final lap. The 234 is having more issues. The 99 is going to drive through for speeding in pit lane as they start their final lap. That's very clever. They would have been 5 seconds behind the next position, P18, had they not got that penalty. What a shame. So yes, we'll come out of the final corner to start the final lap. Plenty of fuel, way overfilled the tank. Still have 25 litres of fuel left. But that's kind of the fuel that we needed, just in case the leader went 1 lap longer. .45.5 seconds behind the leader. When you consider how far we were back after the first stint, we've closed in. And I don't think I've been the quickest driver on this grid. So to say I've closed in is pretty good. Now, Geeky, as I said earlier, don't count your chickens before they hatch. We still have about 24 kilometers to go. In normal terms, that's about 4 laps. Gap behind 72.9 seconds now. We've really opened the gap up to the BMW. Yeah, but we're not home safe and dry yet. There is still the chance to get a puncture, as I've definitely been pushing these tyres a little more. They've been a little more overheated. They've slid around a little more. These tyres are more worn than the last stints. I don't know how many miles long the Nordschleife is. I just know it's like 25.6 kilometers for the 24-hour layout, I think. And then like 20.8 for the Nordschleife alone. I think that's about right. .9-ish miles. There you go, Geeky. Might be the final lap, but does not mean we can't stop cooling the tires when we can. Don't slide off into the gravel on the final lap. There is no need to take risks on the final lap. You've probably seen some of the crashes there's been this year in real life from people not respecting yellow flags enough. So we're not going to take a risk. That car could have been anywhere. Remember that car that we didn't even get a yellow flag for being spun on the racing line, facing backwards. That could have been a crash had that car, right there, had that car that was facing backwards, if instead they were sideways across the entire track, that was a guaranteed crash and a guaranteed meatball flag. Right, don't throw this away on the final lap. Just might need to just get my head down and make sure I don't bin it here. The Nordschleife isn't one of those tracks you can sort of drive subconsciously. Definitely not when you have wet tires that are overheating through every technical section. And the only fact that they're still alive is the fact that they can cool down between the corners with a bit of help from some extra water across the track. I mean, in real life, if this was real life, that water would not be there anymore because, you know, you have to imagine most of the GT3s are running lines off the racing line between the corners. Those patches of the track would be just as dry, if not drier, than the racing line. Coming up to the carousel one final time. Might have to pass a couple of GT4s here on the final lap. Not sure if we're close enough or not. There we go, through the carousel one last time. For the 41st time this race. And the final time. Just 35 seconds left on the clock. It's not even going to be close. Into my favorite section of the Nordschleife. Just twists and turns, it flows so well. The elevation to going to use all the track. The time has ran out. Leader isn't even on the back straight yet. Catching up to the 127 GT4 McLaren. let us through on the inside, which was a little bit scary, to be honest. And now we can start to just forget about the tyres, push them to the finish. Don't want to go too hard, because then they will overheat and we'll just slide off at the final few corners. Or get a puncture going into the final few corners and absolutely stuff the car into the wall. Big slide there for the gold GT4 Mercedes. You can tell those tyres are quite done on the 777. Stint may be up, but it doesn't matter. The leader's finished just over a minute after the time ran out, so it really wasn't close at all. One more braking zone to come. And some of the most difficult in the game. Over the bumps. Get it pretty much perfect. And onto the run to the line. It's P2. Oh, what a race. The driving, as I said, was far from perfect. There were quite a few mistakes, and for my standards, there were too many mistakes. But the strategy, I don't think we could have called that strategy any better. That's what got us second place. We put ourselves up in the fight for second. Well, I mean, let's talk about the first stint. We pretty much took ourselves out of the front pack in the first stint. 40 seconds of damage. Yeah, we were, you know, as 45 seconds back, I was out of that fight. The strategy then to not take tyres when everyone else did, that is such a blunder on their part. That gained us all that time that we lost, pretty much. We were back in that group. And then the decision to... Okay, then we did race well for a bit. We were driving well in the wet. Slight murder of the M2. Sorry to the M2 again. Yeah, that was such a small mistake. Just slightly touching the grass and round the car wanted to go. But yeah, then taking the wets, not taking the dries. It was a real 50-50 call, and we kind of got lucky. You know, just examining the track, how wet it was, realizing that, hey, there is enough water here. If we're careful, the wet tires can survive. And they sure did. 1 to 10, how exhausted am I? 4. I'm not that exhausted. That's probably... I would say that race was easier than Suzuka. And the fact I've done, what, 3 4-hour races by myself and already in 6-hour, and like I've done so much racing, I'm used to it. It's... yeah. This car does not sound good doing donuts. It does not. It sounds awful. Ferrari, make a better sounding GT3 car. But yeah, that's a result deserving of donuts. Still quite a while for the final cars to finish before we get the final confirmed results. You see, now the tyres are overheating. Now they're in the red. Up to 33 psi. Not sure when they'll pop exactly. I could say they'll pop at 35 psi and then they go to 38. In the end, you can see in the bottom left, 44.7 seconds to the lead in the end. 76.8 to the car behind. I think even if we made another pit stop, I think we would have got out in front of the 45. But that's only because we opened up a bit of a gap in the end. They played it the final stint safe. 314 has finally come across the line for P4. These tires don't want to pop, do they? Fine. You can live, tires. Yeah. In the meantime, as I said during the race, I really need to go to the toilet. So I'm going to leave this screen on so you can see the final few cars come across the line. That's actually Sim 50. Jump on board Sim 50 on the run to the line. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Now the final couple of cars to finish, a couple of GT4s, 70 Camaro and the 5 Aston. Just got around a couple of messages in the Discord for the race. one more bonk in the wall for the 500, will it? And there we are. Final confirmation of the results. There we are. Six cars finishing on the lead lap. I need to tap back into Discord. As normal, we will still finish this stream with the Art of Rally stages, despite the fact we've been going for over 7 hours now. It has been a long stream. Right. There you go, server's been taken down. Let's head to full screen. While we close out. And having recorded this entire stream, I have 94 gigs left on my SSD. Yeah, so let's get Art of Rally up. I'll also close down the overlay app. So here we are as usual. Art of Rally. Always a great way to end the streams off. A bit more relaxed than what we've had. A bit less physical. Check leaderboards. Didn't have a stream within the serve last week, so no results to look back at. We've got Group 2 at Norway. Tarmac stage. Only a short 2.8 mile one. In a Mini. Mini is a bit of fun. Alright, John, thanks for hanging out for the stream. And yeah, take care. And hopefully we'll see you. Hopefully you'll enjoy the videos during my break, and I'll hopefully see you on stream in a couple of weeks. The next stream, while I'm mentioning it, is scheduled. Well, I'm not entirely 100% sure the stream will be happening. I'll go into more details about that once we finish Art of Rally. But should it be happening, it is scheduled. If you want to set the YouTube reminder, it'll be happening about 7:50 p.m. UK time on Saturday the 17th of August, 2 weeks' time. Sliding wide. Yeah, only 4 gears in the Mini. Probably should have been a bit slower through that right-hander. Really compromised the left-hander, just how tight of a line I was on going in. Back onto the rev limiter. Oh, that's tighter than I thought it was. Just about kept a wheel on the road. Same again. There's the finish. Just get across the line, clip the gantry with the rear corner. Puts us 30th, which is pretty good. Top 10%, sort of where we are usually for these events. Now let's have a look at the weekly event. We did last week's, got 52nd, still top 10%, a little bit lower than usual. I didn't do the week before. 35th, 41st, I've seen that a few times, knowing we've done pretty well. Let's see what we can do this week. Group B at Japan. This should be fun. Starting off with a nighttime stage, short 3.2 mile stage. We are in a Ford Cossie, I believe. The RS200, yeah, it probably is. The stage is quite technical. Have to use the clutch quite a bit with this car. Car full of the downhill left. Car could very easily have understeered into the barrier. Wasn't too far away from doing so. The difference between first and second gear is quite big. Often finding myself just revving out first gear, shifting up, and then just being too low RPM for second gear and having to clutch some revs out of the car. So 242.6 for the first stage. Puts us 100th. It is the top 20%. Yeah, a little bit lower than we've liked to be. So we go to a sunset stage now along 7.1 mile 1. Big jump. Nice landing as we're about halfway through the stage now. I'm really struggling to keep my focus. My brain just wants to lie back, relax, close the eyes. After that race, I finish off second stage, 332.5, gets us up to 68th, top 15%. It's been a lot of driving, yes, it has been a lot. Right, 3.7 mile stage now. Clean the car. Hopefully the last stage isn't too long as well. Oh, that's a end of a barrier. Probably done a lot of damage with that too. A little bit of a cut through the left-hander there, but the game allows it. Lined up nicely for the jump, which is important. There's the finish. .225.6 for the third stage. After that mistake, we stay 68th. Exactly where we were. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad. Now we've got a 4.1 mile tarmac stage to finish off in the sunset. Very technical this stage. Make sure not to hit the inside barrier there. Use a little bit of handbrake to help rotate the car. I didn't quite get that transition right between the corners. Yes, good old art of rally. This is the fourth and final stage of the weekly event. To finish us off for the day. Final few corners. Cross the line of 251.5 for the final stage. Gets us up to 52nd, which is where we finished last week. I need to check now. Remind myself. Leaderboard. This week 52nd. Last week 52nd, yeah. So 52nd, we'll probably drop a few places before the event finishes. I think it finishes in just under 4 hours now. So yeah, it should drop a place or two maybe, but hopefully not too many. We'll check back on the final result of that in the next stream, which will hopefully be, as I mentioned, 2 weeks' time. On Saturday, the 17th, about 7:50, hopefully. We've got an F3 Grand Prix, or Formula 3 Grand Prix at Long Beach. It's going to be a 75 lap race. That should be some good fun in a couple of weeks. But the important thing is, in the meantime, on Monday, I'm going away on a little trip. That means But in preparation for said trip, I have prepared some videos for most of August, so that sort of schedule I have of sort of racing video, usually versus community on Tuesdays, and then a beam, usually rally related video on Fridays or Saturdays. That will be continuing throughout all of August. But they'll be sort of pre-recorded. They're gonna be sort of pre-recorded, sort of older, slightly older content, or slightly simplified to help me get all the videos made in time for going away on this trip. So yeah, I've actually got a couple of trips, I should say. I come back on the 17th. My ferry arrives back where I live 6:30. I have to get off the ferry, get back home here in time for the Grand Prix, and the stream. It's tight. I don't know how tight exactly yet. I'll find out sooner when I get the ferry away on Monday. So there is a slight chance that I realise, hang on, it's going to take me too long to get home and I'll miss the start of the race, in which case I won't be streaming that Saturday. I'll be pulling out of the race so someone else can take my spot. But if I think I can make the start, or if I'm pretty sure I can make the start, I'll definitely be streaming that. And then I'm away again on the 22nd for a second trip for another week. So yeah, that is what's to come. I hope there's a few interesting videos. Well, I say interesting. They're sort of going back to the first-person rally stages for a bit, as well as a couple of extra racing videos to make up for the versus communities that I won't be able to take part in while I'm away. The first one is actually second part of last week's versus community. Some great racing in that video, and it continued on for the second two races. And yeah, all four of those races from last week were so good that, or from this past week, I should say, were so good that yeah, they've two full videos out of them, out of the four races. Yeah, you'll hope you enjoyed the races on Tuesday, and hopefully you'll enjoy what's to come on the following Tuesdays. But yeah, I'm going to stop rambling, get myself some food, as I need some. It's been 7.5 hours. Thank you all for the safe wishes, happy wishes. Yeah, I hope you all enjoy the content to come. Hope you all take care of yourselves, of course, and enjoy the next couple of weeks until I return. So yeah, take care all. Thanks everyone for being around. We've had quite a few people pop in. Geeky, Iris, Ice, John was here earlier too, as well. Thank you all for being here throughout the stream, especially for so much of the stream. Most of you have been here for pretty much all of the stream. So yeah, thank you all for being here, especially such a long stream. And yeah, hope you enjoyed. So yeah, enjoy the next couple of weeks. I will hopefully see you back with a stream then. But if not, we'll have to see what happens. Might fit in something else before I go away on the second trip. I've got an idea of something else I want to stream. So maybe, we'll see. Anyway, as always, take care. Thank you for watching. And yeah, see you next time. Bye bye.